Good morning, everyone. Please join as we're going to watch Maxwell Anderson, day 4. This is the Sade Robinson trial. We have been following the Karen Reed trial, but today we're going to follow the Maxwell Anderson trial. It's going to start in about, I think, 10 or 15 minutes. We are waiting for this trial to begin. I'm going to put it on the screen. So this trial is about the first date with Max Anderson. So this is the trial we're waiting for. Once this trial starts, we will be able to watch it live. Oh, I guess it says day 5. Oh my gosh, we're already on day 5? No, that's not the one. We are waiting for day 4. So today we are waiting for Max Anderson to hit in the courtroom. And this is the trial where he went on a date with Sade Robinson in Milwaukee. I hate that this trial is going on now during Karen Reed because it's being overshadowed by the Karen Reed trial. So, but I want to talk about this because this trial is really important as well. So I don't want people to think that there's not other stuff going on in the crime world. There's always stuff going on in the crime world. So I want to make sure everybody knows and is aware there's something going on. So there's other stuff happening, not just Karen Reed. So we're waiting on this trial to start. So let's get in the comments, join the chat, say hello. Welcome to the alternate point of view. My name is Tracy Lee. We are covering other trials besides Karen Reed. So there's plenty of other channels covering Karen Reed. So I think we can cover something else besides Karen Reed. So let's get over here and talk about Sade Robinson. This is the Maxwell Anderson dismemberment trial. So let's talk about what happened. Sade Robinson went on a date with Maxwell Anderson on April 1st, 2024. And she didn't come home. She didn't go back to her apartment. No one saw her. No one talked to her. Her Life 360 app was being followed everywhere. And her friends were looking for her. She didn't show back up to work. And Maxwell Anderson is the last person to have seen her. So what happened? There is no evidence, though, no physical evidence linking Maxwell Anderson to her actual death. So how do they know Maxwell Anderson did it? That's the question. Let's see. That's what we're waiting on. Hello, welcome in. We're waiting for the Maxwell Anderson trial to begin. They're day 4. The dismemberment and murder of Sade Robinson that happened last year. There are other trials going on besides Karen Reed, so I want to cover something else. This is the murder of Sade Robinson. She went on a date, her first date, with Maxwell Anderson, and he is alleged to have taken her life. So welcome into the alternate point of view. We're going to watch this trial. It's going to be getting started very soon. So let's watch this trial. We're waiting for it to begin. Let's see what is happening. So we're waiting. I know a lot of people are wrapped up in Karen Reed, but there is a lot of other things going on that we can watch. So this is about Sade Robinson. This is Maxwell Anderson. Welcome in. Anyone who's coming in. I'll be right back. Hello, hello. Welcome to the alternate point of view. We are waiting for the Maxwell Anderson trial to begin. This is the first state murder trial. So if you are not aware of what this trial is, this is where Sade Robinson went on a date with Maxwell Anderson back last year, April 1st, and she was never seen again. But they found her body parts all over from Wisconsin to Illinois. And then they found her car that was set on fire, abandoned in an alley somewhere in Milwaukee. And presumably, Maxwell Anderson was seen on surveillance video walking away from said car. And supposedly he was on a bus. That's the evidence. That's the main piece of evidence they have against him, that he possibly was the one who took her life. Now, there is no crime scene. There is no weapon. There is no anything linking him to her demise other than that video and the fact that he went on a date with her the night before. But other than that, there's no physical evidence. So we're just waiting to find out what the prosecution is going to show. But they do have evidence as far as every move pretty much that Sade made that night and the day, her last day here. So otherwise, we really just don't know what happened, why it happened. We just have no idea. We just know that she was horrifically taken off the earth. And obviously, we want justice for Sade and her family. It's awful. I could not imagine, I just couldn't imagine. It's terrible what happened to her. She was 19 years old. She's doing so well. Oh my gosh, Milwaukee can't be cheap. And she had a cute little apartment. She was working hard. She was getting her degree. She was wanting to go into the military. So she was doing really well, 19 years old. And just to be found that way is just terrible. But we're looking for evidence. Evidence is important, right? So the only thing so far I am seeing, and this is the alternate point of view, so please say hello in the chat and give me your thoughts. The trials, we're waiting for the trial today to start for day 4. But what they have for Maxwell Anderson is that they went on a date the night before. They don't have any actual physical evidence of Maxwell Anderson. They have no crime scene. They have no DNA. They have no weapon. They have nothing linking him to her actual death. What they have is maybe him leaving the scene of the burning car. They have him on a bus leaving the area where the burning car was. I don't know if that's, I don't know. I have to see more because I don't know enough about this case, to be honest with you. So I think that's good going into this, not knowing anything. A lot of people watch these cases and trials with me and they know all the information already. But I don't know. I don't know anything about this case other than the basic, what I heard in the opening statements. And so I think that's good that I'm going in kind of like a juror that isn't supposed to know anything about the case. So that's good. So I have a lot of people who are like, he did it, he's guilty. but I don't know. I'm coming in here blind. So I'm coming in here totally with innocent until proven guilty, which is what we're supposed to do. So I think that's good. So anybody can chime in and say what their thoughts are. But this is the what we're waiting for is to hear more. I'm waiting to hear more evidence. So that is what we're doing. We are waiting to get more evidence. The surveillance video, I will say, when that started popping up yesterday in the trial, I was like, ooh, that is something. That's something. I don't know if he possibly didn't see, like, if the crime scene may not be in his actual apartment. And I think possibly the burning of the car, maybe that's where the actual crime scene was. I honestly don't know. I find it strange that, but it was raining, that the area where the beach was, they didn't find anything. Like, how far did they span out and look at that area? How far did they go? So if they did the proper crime scene check, or we called it, well, when I was in college, we did the low cards method, which is you go all the way out and then you come in. So that's how you do a crime scene. You start from outwards and then you work your way in. So you have to go all far out. And in an area like that where they found the leg, oh my gosh, the entire area is a crime scene. But you obviously can't go in the water. But when it's raining like that, you lose a lot of evidence. So I don't know how far out they went. I don't know if they went up the bluff, the hill, what have you. I just don't know how far they checked for drag marks. Obviously, the video shows that somebody was going up and down the hill. So I don't know if they checked anywhere else to see if there were any footprints. Obviously, they didn't, because they said they didn't see any drag marks. I don't know where they looked for drag marks. I mean, I don't know how much they searched. Okay, court's going to start any minute now. It is 8:47, so it's supposed to start at 8:45. Welcome in. Say hi in the chat. We are covering the Sade Robinson trial. A lot of channels are covering Karen Reed. We were covering Karen Reed, but I've decided to switch over to Sade Robinson because everybody's covering Karen Reed.
Restate and respell your name for the record, please.
And here we go. Woo, man.
My name is Casey Donahue, CASEY DONAHUE.
Give me 1 second here. This was working a minute ago. All right. Detective Donahue, we last left off. You had testified regarding video from 2900 West Lisbon Avenue as well as 1650 North 30th Street. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. I have up here the clip. I can, I'm going to try to replay the clip from 2900 West Lisbon. All right. I have video file marked starting D2 ending in 7395 or 35.mp4. I'm going to play it from 9:51. It's 7:29:32 a.m. on the video clip. Paused at 10:19. There's a city bus there,
Yes, there is.
Okay. Playing at 10:19. I don't know what that's from. I paused the video while that was happening.
I'm just gonna move this back.
All right, playing from 10:26. Paused at 11:03. The TV went out. All right, playing at 11:03.
Who did that? Bravo! It's coming, it's slow!
Paused at 11:51. Detective, when you first reviewed this video, well, how many times have you reviewed this video, first of all?
I've reviewed it dozens.
And when you listen to the audio, how are you listening to it?
I'm listening to it with a pair of Bose noise canceling headphones.
And what do you hear being yelled during those last minute or so of that clip?
What she's yelling is, he did that, call the fire department, call the ambulance.
The subject that that person is sort of pointing at walks south on 30th and then turns onto Walnut, right?
Yes.
That's the video we watched yesterday.
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 447 and 448. Are these two screenshots from that video?
Yes, they are.
I moved those two exhibits in. It's 447 and 448 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
1 minute, I'm sorry, 1 minute. Can I see those again real quick? No, I don't have any objection.
They're received into evidence. You may publish.
All right, and these screenshots, I have exhibit 190 on the screen here. These screenshots were from the video that we watched yesterday, from this building here that I'm circling with my finger, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm going to put them up on the elbow here. It's 447. And that's 448.
The subject is wearing dark clothing. The top is a hooded sweatshirt or jacket. The pants are dark pants. It appears that he has like a tan colored shoes with white sole on them and a camouflage or tan rucksack style backpack.
He's walking westbound on Walnut on the north sidewalk, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And in that direction, about one block would be the 31st and Galena playground, correct?
Correct.
After Miss Robinson had been reported missing and her car had been found burned behind 29 in the 2900 block there, West Lisbon, were people, including law enforcement as well as family and friends, canvassing that area extensively to try to find any clues about what happened there?
Yes.
And that was almost round the clock, right?
Yes, it was.
Were you part of that?
I was, yes.
Obviously, you've already talked about you going to these places and getting these videos, but you were also searching what areas around there? And if I'll pull the map back up if it helps.
Am I able to move this back? There's a glare on
As
it.
long as all the jurors can see it, yes. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Is that better for you with the glare?
It is.
Hey,
Can all the
hello.
jurors still see?
Let me know what you think about this case.
That's fine. Please proceed.
Okay, you can answer the question. I just want to know what areas you were searching.
Sure. So my initial responsibility was to go and canvass the area for video surveillance. When we noticed the subject go southbound on 30th Street, we then go to the 1651 address on North 30th Street. We then see the subject walking westbound on West Walnut. We then canvassed to the west, and we are unable to locate additional video. So myself, other detectives, and some uniformed officers then conducted a canvass of the playground area. I had knowledge that there were train tracks that were located down in this area right here. We then walked down to the train tracks, canvassing for additional evidence. And that's when we received a call stating that
Objection, hearsay.
State,
I can just ask a follow-up question.
go ahead.
All right, so you're searching basically, actually, why don't you come down here, detective? I'm gonna have you use this pen and marker, if I have one.
Do you want a Sharpie?
I think I have one, Your Honor, thank you. Why don't you just trace on Exhibit 190 the route you're specifically talking about to help orient us as to where you were searching?
So this is the area that we started at with video surveillance. We then see the subject go down 30th Street and then westbound on West Walnut. We then searched this area right here.
Okay, you can have a seat, thank you.
I know. I know.
Were you there searching on April 5th?
Yes, I was.
That would have been 3 days after Miss Robinson was reported missing?
Yes,
Were you with other detectives?
yes.
And what happened?
We were notified that human remains were discovered in the wooded area just east of the playground.
Who notified you of that?
Detective Cassie Linder.
Did you subsequently assume the responsibility of documenting the scene of where those remains were found?
Yes, I did.
And so this would have been, was it late in the day on April 5th?
It was, yes.
About what time, do you recall?
It was nighttime. I recall that the two pieces of human remains were collected at 1:14 and 1:16 a.m. So we were probably out there for a couple hours at that time.
So from the 5th into the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. So can you just give us an idea of how many people were canvassing that area and searching around that park and that playground, or excuse me, and those train tracks?
During the initial canvass that I was a part of, I would say approximately a dozen.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 191. Is that a map of the 31st and Galena playground?
Yes, it is.
And does it document where the remains that you were involved in recovering were found?
Yes, it does.
Move 191 in,
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
ask to publish.
Go right ahead.
Detective, are you aware of whether or not in the subsequent days, after the night from the 5th into the 6th, in the subsequent days, were additional body parts found around that playground?
Yes, it will.
Does this map document where the remains you documented were found as well as those?
Yes.
Got on the screen Exhibit 191, it's just a zoomed in map of the 31st and Galena playground. We've got 31st Street on the left side of the map, correct?
Yes.
All right, and on the north side is Walnut.
Yes, that's correct.
The video from 1630 West Walnut, originally when we watched it yesterday, we started at 6:50 a.m. when we saw Sade's car driving westbound, correct?
Yes, that was at 1651 North 30th Street.
Okay, can you tell us, just point out where that video was covering when we saw that car driving?
An approximate would be this area right here.
So kind of facing northwest?
Yes,
All right, so 6:50 a.m., her Civic is going westbound on Walnut past that building, and then it turns north on 30th Street, right?
that would be eastbound
Or so-
on West Walnut and then north on 30th Street.
Thank you for correcting me. So right next to this park.
Correct.
Then at 7:30, a few minutes after, is when we see the subject walking westbound on Walnut, that those screenshots were from, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, you can have a seat, thank you. Going to show you exhibits 109
So he had that rucksack full
through
of
145.
body parts and was just tossing them while he was walking. Ugh. It does kind of look like him when the way he looked back then with the beard and stuff on that side profile in the video. I mean, just saying.
No objection to any of these exhibits.
Can I have the numbers one more time?
109 through 145.
Thank you. Then they're all received at this point.
I mean, they just found body parts everywhere. It was really bad.
You may.
Okay. These were all photos from the scene that you helped document, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was done in the nighttime.
Yes, it was dark when these photographs.
All right, we're going to go through these, Detective. And actually, before we do, can you identify for us you don't have to get up, just tell me which one of the body parts locations are we about to be talking about? There's 4 of them up there.
Yeah, so we're going to be talking about the 2 that are located on the left side of the map right there. The foot location and then the flesh and bone location.
Okay.
More specifically, 2 pieces of flesh, we'll cover that.
Exhibit 109. What are we looking at?
That is gonna be a photograph of the playground area in the park.
Facing south?
That is facing south, yes.
And then 110, the cameraman just turned to the left a little bit, correct?
Yes,
And 111 turned to the right.
yes.
Okay, and that street right there would be what?
That would be North 31st Street.
Pretty dark area, correct?
It is, yes.
Okay, not a lot going on there?
No.
All right. To the north of this block, well, actually, I'll hold off on that. Next exhibit 112, cameraman turned which direction?
That's gonna be facing east towards North 30th Street.
Okay, so
Is that on the other side?
behind those trees would be those train tracks?
Yes, that is correct.
And then on the other side, way on the other side, would be that North 30th Street video camera that we were talking about.
It is, yes.
And then the street that we're seeing on the left, that's Walnut?
Correct.
113. What's this?
Did they find her head? I hate to ask that, but did they? I don't, like I said, I don't know anything about this case.
West Walnut and there's.
So going in blind. Say hi in the chat.
114.
All I've heard about is her
Cameraman
leg
looks
and her
like he
foot.
just moved over into the street, right?
Yes, that's eastbound on West Walnut.
The sidewalk right here where I'm pointing. Is that the sidewalk we were watching that subject walk past?
Yes, it's the north sidewalk.
And then there's this kind of brick building on the left-hand side, right?
Yes,
115, little clearer view of that brick building.
yes.
What is that?
I don't even know. I believe it's like an abandoned, old factory building.
So I guess what I'm getting at is, did you guys check for cameras from that building in that area?
Yes, we would have checked all buildings, all residences in that area.
Were you able to locate any video footage that showed the Galena playground, the 31st and Galena playground?
Not from that building, no.
Okay. 116. That same building is on the right side, correct?
Yes, that's gonna be facing westbound on West Walnut.
117, we're back towards the playground.
Yes,
Okay, so the playground is going to be on the left side and we're looking south.
yes, that is correct.
118,
That is gonna be a further camera angle south.
that apartment complex at the end of the street there, what street is that?
That would be Galena.
Any video cameras recovered from there?
I don't recall if there was any footage on Galena.
119. Would orient us here.
This photograph is hard to say, but I believe that's gonna be,
It might be a little bright. Just give me a minute. Okay. The bridge that's on the right side, is that Walnut?
yes, so that's gonna be on the other side of the tracks facing northwest.
This kind of depicts that there's some elevation from the tracks to the playground. Was that how it looked?
Yes, it's hard to see in that photograph, but from both sides of the train tracks, it dips down, elevation wise.
Maybe 120 will help. I have that on the screen now.
Yes, that's what I would be referring to, how the train tracks are the lower elevation.
121.
That is a photograph, you can see the playground on the left of the picture, and that's gonna be facing southeast direction, towards the east.
122.
That's gonna be facing east.
And then 123, we just get close, is a closer up of that same thing we see in the middle of 122, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and then right next to that or near that, 124 is what?
That's gonna be a pathway that leads down to the train tracks.
And into the wooded area, correct?
Yes,
125.
that's gonna be facing south.
All right. Then that pathway, I'm putting up 126, leads to where?
That pathway would be leading to the train tracks, and you can see there's a retaining wall that's pictured there.
Retaining wall that would separate the train track area from the playground, right?
Correct.
Okay, 127. Oh, and these yellow cones, those were items placed there by you or your department?
Yes, I placed the cones there, that depicts where pieces of evidence were located.
127.
That's a closer photograph of the evidence markers. You can see the retaining wall, the pathway down to the train tracks, would veer to the left, close to the retaining wall and continue down.
128.
This picture is going to be facing towards Walnut. The train tracks are going to be down to the right-hand side.
Let me put up 129 here. Is this the same tree?
Oh, that is, so I was mistaken. So
Okay.
that's going to be facing south towards Galena, and that's the retaining wall right there
On the left side.
on the left side.
And then we've got a mattress and some other items on the ground, right?
Yes, I don't recall exactly if that was a mattress or a box.
Okay.
Hard to tell.
Was there a significant amount of sort of trash in this playground?
Yes, there was a lot of trash and debris.
At the point that you were that these photos were taken and that you had been alerted to the location of a body part, you had really no information about what would be significant to recover, right?
That is correct.
So items with that amount of trash there, you didn't know what might relate to it or what might not relate to it, meaning the body part.
Correct.
Okay. Did you mark or notice, mark as evidence certain items that you later came to conclude probably had nothing to do with this?
Yes,
Exhibit 130, that's just the retaining wall, correct?
it is, yes.
131. Looks like cone 8 on the right, lower right there.
Yes, that's an overall photograph of an area that evidence was recovered.
And then 132. Items 9 and 10, which are located in the woods near item 8. What are those items?
So item number 9 is going to be a smaller piece of flesh that was recovered. And number 10, I documented as a larger piece of flesh.
133 is going to be a closer, slightly closer view. .134 is going to be a close-up of number 9. And 135 will be a close-up of number 10. .136, number 9. 137. Is this sort of just an image of the retaining wall in the relation to where those items were found? Those body parts of flesh?
Yes,
Okay. How big were items 9 and 10, if you could describe?
Detective Jen, can you pull that mic back around towards you, please? Thank you.
the smaller piece of flesh was approximately 2 by 2 inches. The larger piece of flesh was approximately 6 by 6 inches.
Here's 138. What is that cone down there? Number 11?
Yes, that's going to be evidence marker number 11.
And do you know what number 11 was?
Yes, number 11 was a human foot.
$139. The foot is to the left of the evidence marker.
It is, yes.
$140. What's that?
That is a closer photograph of the human foot that was recovered.
141.
So in this photograph, we're depicting that the toenail polish on the human foot was pink.
And this foot on the top of the image, that is the retaining wall, right?
It is, yes,
So the foot was right up against the retaining wall.
yes.
142. When the foot was found, was it covered by some leaves there?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead to 144. Another view of where the foot was. And 143 and 145 are going to be images of the foot. The cut line at the ankle, how would you describe it, Detective?
It appears to be a straight cut that the foot was severed.
$145. Top view from the ankle.
Yes,
Are you able to see that same straight cut just from the top?
yes,
And there's another piece of flesh coming off of the ankle, correct?
that is correct, yes.
So in sum, Detective, when that night, when you documented that scene, that would have been the night of April 5th and then going over the midnight hour into April 6th, you located a total of 3 separate pieces of human remains, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you just reiterate what those 3 separate things were?
Yes, the 3 separate human remains were a smaller piece of flesh, approximately 2 by 2 inches. The second piece of flesh was larger, approximately 6 by 6. And it was the left foot, human foot.
Was the medical examiner called to the scene?
Yes, medical legal death investigator is their official term that responded.
That would be your standard practice would be when you have a homicide or a case that involves recovery of human remains that you would summon the Milwaukee County medical examiners to the scene.
Yes, that is correct.
And do they then recover the human remains?
Yes,
Was that done here?
it was, yes.
Was there a specific case number assigned to the recovery of the remains we just discussed?
Yes, there was.
Was it medical examiner case number 24-02399?
Yes,
As we had indicated before, as you indicated before, there was there were a number of other items in addition to the human remains that you marked with an evidence cone, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Were any of those other items deemed to be relevant in any way?
No, they were not.
Could you just give us a rundown of what those other items were?
Yes, we
Welcome,
located,
say hi.
I believe it was 5 spent casings. We located a condom that appeared to be used at some point. It was outside of its wrapper. We located a doll that was screwed into a tree. I recovered screws that were next to that doll. There was a burlap sack that initially we believed may contain human remains. When we opened that burlap sack, it was a dog that was placed in the sack, and it was it was rotting at that point.
Casings, right?
Yes.
Did you mention that? Okay. Those casings, were they like worn?
It was hard to tell how long that they've been there.
In some, those other items seem to have been items that had been there for quite some time. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
That's her mom back there in the denim jacket. It's so awful. I couldn't sit. I just don't know if it'd be terrible to sit there and have to listen to like how your daughter is just spread out in pieces
Located in this area here.
all over this
Yes.
awful area.
Bone, but that, you didn't find the bone on this side,
No, that was found at a.
Hi, welcome. Say hello.
right?
We're watching the Sade Robinson.
Yes.
And that retaining wall is basically, you can't.
Justice for Sade.
Contained within those trees and brush. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. What was in the backpack the person was wearing?
I don't know.
You've studied these videos, you said dozens of hours, hundreds of hours you've spent watching the videos?
I believe I stated that I watched the videos dozens of times.
Okay, thank you, dozens of times. Can you see blood on the backpack?
No,
One would expect that if they were putting body parts in a backpack, you'd see blood on it, wouldn't you?
that's fair to say. Sure.
In the dozens of times you've watched, and when you say dozens of times you've watched the tapes, we're referring to really all of the tapes that you had canvassed throughout that area, right? Because you've watched all of them multiple times.
Yes.
Did the car, the Honda Civic, did Sade's Honda Civic ever stop at the park here that's on the screen on Exhibit 191 at Galena?
I don't know if it did or not.
You're not sure?
No.
And that's because there's no video that actually shows that car ever stopping at that park, right?
That is correct.
And similarly, it's true that there is no video of a person getting out of that car at the park at Galena. You would agree with that as well?
Could you repeat that question, please?
Sure. There's no video of a person getting out of that Civic at this park area at Galena, is there?
No, there was not.
Certainly we have the video we've seen of a person walking, but I want to talk about the videos of the car. In all the videos of the car that you've watched, who's driving the car? Can you see?
You cannot see who's driving, no.
Can you see a gender of a person?
No.
So then I'm assuming you can't tell the race of the person in the videos you've watched?
Not in the vehicle itself.
And we saw that one clip yesterday. Where there was the passenger window was going up. Do you remember that video?
Yes.
And that was actually when the car was going sort of near that playground area, right?
Yes, that would have been eastbound on West Walnut, just prior to turning north on 30th Street.
Sure. And in that video, when the passenger window was going up, Mr. Vance Curzan asked you about whether you could see a passenger, but you also couldn't see a driver in that video, right?
That is correct.
And when you look at that video, when you study it closely, can you see, are there body parts of any sort visible in the car when you look in on that video?
I could not see, no.
Now, we watched a video this morning again of Lisbon Avenue. That was a liquor store, 2900 West Lisbon, where that tape, that footage was secured from, correct?
Yes,
And you were involved in actually getting that video. You talked to the owner of the liquor store and acquired the video, right?
yes, that is correct.
He was cooperative with you and turned it over, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it true that you also, you don't work alone, you work with Detective Ryan Casey also, don't you?
yes,
So you're Casey Donahue, but we also have Detective Ryan Casey, right?
yes, that is correct.
And he's part of the homicide unit as well, so he's trained on these types of matters.
He is, yes.
And is it true, would you agree with me that oftentimes when two people work together, one detective might do the report, another detective might not do the report, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And so sometimes when people are partnered up, if you work closely with Ryan Casey, he might be the one to draft the report on April 5th. You might be the one to draft the report on a different date, right?
Yes,
You would agree that on April 5th was the day when you and Detective Ryan Casey went to Lisbon Liquor to get those videos, right?
yes,
And in fact, the Mr. Singh, Parmejit Singh, Paramejet, took you into their room where they have the DVR and he turned over those tapes, right?
yes,
And you guys actually watched them together right away on April 5th, didn't you?
yes, we did review them while we were at the liquor store.
You would agree with me that and now this is 3 days after the incident, after 3 days after April 2nd, right?
Yes,
Between April 2nd and that date, you had never we saw the two women that were on the street in front of the liquor store, right?
yes, that is correct.
But between April 2nd and April 5th, neither you nor your partner had ever spoken to those women, right?
No, I have not spoken to either of those witnesses. I cannot speak for Detective Casey, whether he had spoke with them at any time or not.
Okay, and the two of you watched, right? You can only speak to who you've talked to. You have not talked to either of those women, right?
I have not.
Now, on April 5th, when you watched the tape, you would agree that that there was a report written about the two of you watching the tape, fair to say?
Yes,
In that when you guys watched the tape, you could see the women on the sidewalk and that they were pointing in the direction of a person. You noted that, right?
yes,
But you would also agree that in the report, it's indicated they're yelling something, quote, inaudible. Would you agree with that?
that is what Detective Ryan Casey's report reflects. My observations and what I heard on the video is what I testified to.
Sure. Did you ever draft a report that reflects your impressions of the tape?
No,
Now, eyewitnesses, well, how long have you been a detective? I'm sorry.
since 2020.
Certainly, eyewitness testimony can be a form of evidence in any criminal case, right?
Yes,
And it can be an important form of evidence because it can help shape your investigation for starters, right?
yes,
And it can help you pursue leads. An eyewitness might tell you to look at a certain area. So that's another reason it could be useful, right?
yes,
And an eyewitness could be right. That's another reason they could be useful because an eyewitness may be accurate with what they're saying, correct?
yes. When we speak with eyewitnesses, we'll want to corroborate any sort of information that's given to us.
And they can also be wrong.
Yes, that is correct.
They can make a mistaken identification.
Yes,
There's ways to try to figure that out, video surveillance, DNA evidence, but eyewitnesses can be wrong.
is
Right?
that a question?
Yes.
Yes, yes,
And-
they can.
In their ability to observe, in this case, for example, we watched the video again this morning, and you saw the woman who's pointing, right? The woman who's pointing and making the statement. She really only looks over in that area for about 6 to 7 seconds. Would you agree with that?
In which area are you referring to?
The 2900 West Lisbon footage, when we see the man walking across the field and she goes, he did it or whatever she said, she only looks over in that direction for about 6 to 7 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I would have to watch the video again, but that is an approximation that,
Okay. And obviously, she may you would agree with me that a person who is making an observation, their view can be impacted if they're under the influence, right?
yes, amongst other things,
What are some of the other things?
stress,
Weather conditions?
yes,
Obviously, if a person knows someone or doesn't know someone, that can be an important consideration too, right?
yes,
Making an in terms of making identifications as a detective, there's a procedure you can use as a detective to try to, I'm sorry, give me a minute, please. As a detective, there's procedures you can use to try to make an identification, right?
yes, that is correct,
You can do what's called a live lineup,
correct,
where you take a group of people, one might be a suspect, some people aren't suspects, and you put them out in a room, and there's a process to it, but essentially the eyewitness can choose if they see the person.
yes, that is correct,
And there's also photo arrays that can be done where specific photos are used of, for example, Max Anderson, and then other photos of other people to show, is this the person you saw, right?
yes,
And that you never did that, you yourself never did that with either of these two women, right?
I did not, no.
Now,
Detective Donahue, can you pull that mic towards you again? Thank you.
in the woman on the street who's pointing, I'm sorry, you never, you never had her do any photo array or a live lineup. Do I have that right?
I did not speak with her, no.
Now, she never yelled, he threw a lighter. Did you ever hear that on any of the tape you watched? He threw a lighter?
I did not know.
Did you investigate any other car fires at that location, either before or after this incident?
I am not an arson investigator, so that is not a part of my duties, so I cannot speak on whether other car fires occurred at that location or not.
You said that there was basically canvassing around the clock. Did I have that correct?
Yes,
When you say that, are you talking from April 2nd when the car is lit on fire until until April 5th or 6th? What did you mean by that? When did the around the clock canvassing start?
I am unaware of the exact date that it started. The sheriff's department did reach out to the Milwaukee Police Department, and they asked us to assist in recovering video pertaining to this case. I can't say which exact day that was, but it was in approximation would be maybe 2 days after.
Got it. April 4th or April 5th, somewhere around there.
Correct.
And in between April 2nd and April 4th or April 5th, no body parts are found in that area.
That was the first time any sort of human remains were discovered at that park.
April 5th.
Yes,
Max was arrested April 4th. You know that.
I don't know exactly which day he was arrested.
Okay. The person with the backpack on, that person wasn't running.
No,
In any of the videos you watched, was that person running?
no,
Or appeared to even be in a hurry, right? Didn't even appear to be really in a hurry.
no,
And when you looked in that park on April 5th, when you examined the park, One of the things you just said you found were spent bullet casings.
Yes,
Well, that's evidence of a shooting, right?
yes,
Used condom, whatever, make of that, whatever you will, could be two people had sex, obviously, right?
yes,
Okay. You found a bag, a burlap sack with remains in it of a dog. That could be evidence of animal cruelty, right?
correct.
High crime area, agreed?
Yes,
Meaning that area surrounding that park and even Lisbon Avenue.
yes,
There's lots of police response in that area.
yes,
Now, the person on the tape with the backpack, you pointed out the shoes yesterday, the white shoes. Remember that?
I don't believe I stated white shoes.
I thought you said white soles on the shoes. You were directing us to look at. No?
Yeah, so it would be towards the bottom sole area.
Okay, that's what you were pointing out though, right?
Yes,
That person did not appear to ever have gloves on, did he?
I don't know.
Well, you never saw gloves on that person on any of the videos, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And nor did the person appear to be wet.
I'm sorry,
Nor did the person appear to be wet,
wet?
covered in water, soaking, right?
You can't tell from the video that I was watching.
Okay. And then Judge, I'm just gonna approach the witness if I may and show a few exhibits. It'll be 305, 306, 307, and 308. Okay,
Go right ahead.
if that's all right. I'm gonna start by just showing you these pictures and ask if you can look at these.
Yes.
You got a chance to look at those?
Yes, I did.
Could you start by identifying exhibit 305, please?
Yes, that's a photograph of evidence markers 6 and 7, and what is depicted to be a doll screwed to the tree.
So if we look down, that's what you're talking about, that doll right there?
Yes,
And then exhibit 306. Same thing?
yes,
And then 307, same thing?
yes,
308. Is that the doll?
yes, it is.
And it looks, it might not be perfectly visible. It appears that there's a screw right in the middle of the forehead and then 2 of them on the eyes.
Yes,
And is that blood smear on the side of the tree as well, the red substance?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so some person, and this is in the same park where you find human flesh, right?
Yes,
Move these exhibits 306, I'm sorry, 305 through 308 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection to the admissibility. However, the numbering of them, I think, is going to conflict with exhibits we've already numbered. But we can address that later.
Okay.
That's my only.
I will receive them. And actually, I think we're going to renumber them right now. And
Okay.
we're going to renumber them as 50,
Can we start at 600?
600.
Yes, please.
Let's go to 800 to be on the safe side. So we'll do it as 801, 802, 803, and 804.
This guy looks like a deer in the headlights. Like he has no idea what's going on. Like he looks very, very confused. And he's in his
Judge,
30s.
while Attorney Finling is marking those, is it okay if I proceed? So Detective, then, you had these photos taken because obviously that's not a typical thing to see in general, right?
Yes, when I did my initial walkthrough and began to photograph and collect evidence, at that point, early on in the investigation, we don't know what's relevant and we don't know what's not relevant. I was informed that homeless encampments near train tracks often place these dolls as a kind of a protection symbol.
Interesting. So the homeless encampment you're talking about right below, essentially
Weird.
right below that crime scene, right?
It would have been near, it was further down,
Yeah,
south.
further south of if you were to go down on the train tracks, then a little bit south of that, right?
Yes,
So you attributed that to potentially the homeless encampment, but you actually, you went to the homeless encampment and talked to people, right?
yes, I did.
You never asked anybody about that doll, did you?
Objection calls for hearsay.
No,
No, it's actually a question, so it wouldn't call for hearsay, and you can answer it if you're able.
I did not know.
Okay, so the body part, the tissue samples, the body parts that were located, obviously those were kept as evidence and sent to the lab, right? The crime lab,
Yes,
for further testing.
correct.
Similar to how, did you ever direct any of those items to be tested for DNA?
I did not send any of the items to the crime lab.
That would be some other person to ask about that, right?
Yes,
Okay, those are all my questions.
State?
Just to clarify, Detective, it's not just that the disposal of those body parts wasn't captured on video, it's that there was no video of that playground. Is that a correct statement?
that is correct.
Nothing else?
Defense?
No,
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
State calls Detective Jose Flores. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Joscflores. Jose Flores,
How are you employed?
as a detective for the city of Milwaukee,
How long have you been with the department?
since December of 2015,
How long have you been a detective?
a little over 4 years.
Prior to that, what was your rank?
Police officer,
Where are you currently assigned?
the homicide division,
And how long have you been assigned to the homicide division?
since September of 2021.
So you were working in that capacity on April 6th, 2024?
Yes,
Did you participate in the search of a playground located at 31st and Galena in the city of Milwaukee?
yes.
Can you describe what your role was that day?
I worked the late shift, so 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. We were instructed to meet our early shift, who had discovered some human remains. We were instructed by Sergeant Nathan Butts, BUTZ, to conduct a search of the immediate area east of the playground and south of Galena, or
Was
31st.
Detective Casey Donahue one of the detectives that you joined out there?
Yes,
And were you working with a partner that night into morning?
several detectives and officers.
When you got there, was it dark out?
It was.
Can you describe what your search entailed?
We were instructed to conduct a grid search through the wooded area east of the playground and then along the train tracks, southwest about a half mile, and it's approximately 2.3 acres of terrain.
What's a grid search?
Just section by section, trying our best to locate evidence.
So does that entail multiple detectives or police officers working together?
Yes.
Is that a more thorough type of search?
Yes.
Okay, can you actually give us a little bit of detail on what you do?
As a detective or to locate evidence, what we do, honestly, I work at night, so we bring out big flashlights, handheld flashlights, and honestly, we just get online together and look down, look up, and foot by foot try to search the best we can for any potential evidence related to the incident.
And what was your knowledge of what had been found as you came on shift and came to that playground to conduct your search?
We were briefed that there was some human remains located.
Are you familiar with that park?
Yes.
Can you describe how you get down to the railroad tracks?
The terrain was a little difficult to traverse. There's a large hill. It was quite muddy and it was pretty steep. And we went down that hill to go to the train tracks through a wooded area.
Is that the first area that you searched, the railroad track area?
Yes.
Showing you exhibits 147 through 154. If you can briefly look at those and let me know if you recognize what those depict.
It's going to be the area east of the playground, the railroad tracks, and the wooded area.
And those are areas you searched?
Yes.
Before we get to these photos, I just want to draw your attention to exhibit 191, which is up here. Are you able to see that from where you're sitting? Or
I am.
okay. And actually, I will have you step down if you can to just identify where you started and where you ended in terms of your search.
We were briefed in the park area, and then we proceeded down through this wooded area, down that hill, and then onto the train tracks. And then our search consisted southwest all the way down to, I believe, the 35th Street Bridge.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. Showing you exhibit 147. What is that?
That's the area just east of the playground.
Okay, so kind of at the beginning of
Yes.
that trail that descends down.
Correct.
Exhibit 148.
That's the trail that descends down onto the tracks.
You can see the train tracks in that picture.
Yes.
Exhibit 149.
Just on the train tracks, the dense grassy area.
What street is this up here?
That should be Galena, or 31st, sorry.
Exhibit number 50.
It's just another view of the way down to the tracks.
Looking back up at the playground.
Correct. An additional view.
This bridge depicted in 151 and 149. Could that be the Walnut Bridge?
Yes.
Okay, you
Apologies.
previously said it was the 31st and Walnut intersect, though, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 152. What is that?
That is just another view of coming down to the train tracks.
Exhibit 153,
A different view, same area,
Exhibit 154.
the same area.
And you can see that there's a lot of debris or trash that's been disposed of. Did you look through all of those areas?
To the best of our ability. I remember that night, it was approximately 32 degrees. It was wet. A lot of the terrain was wet, icy, and as we work at night, it was a little difficult to navigate through all that terrain.
Okay, talk about your search of the train tracks, please.
After we proceeded down to the train tracks, we essentially, all the officers and detectives I was with, we got online together and we used our flashlights and we just walked slowly, as slow as we can, trying to identify any potential evidence related to this incident. We walked all the way southwest to the 35th Street Bridge and then turned around and proceeded back the way we came.
What, if anything, did you locate?
We eventually located skeletal remains
Where?
on the train tracks near where we first started.
Showing you exhibits 155 through 160. Can you identify what those are if you know?
It's the skeletal remains that we located along with the crime scene evidence marker.
Permission, sorry, I'm moving actually exhibits 147 through 154 in, and then I move exhibits 155 through 160 in.
Any objection?
No.
147 to 160 they are admitted and you may publish.
Okay, what are we looking at here?
That is the skeletal remains along with the crime scene evidence marker.
156.
Just a closer view of the skeletal remains.
Does this appear to be both bone and flesh?
Yes.
What is this?
That's just depicting the train tracks in which the evidence was located, along with the marker. And then this, the same view without the evidence marker.
That's 158.
Correct.
159.
And that's just going to be the picture showing the general area in which it was located.
Okay, which direction are the train tracks from there?
They would be west.
And 160.
That would be the entrance down to the train tracks again.
How far from that path, that entrance, was the bone found?
Not very far. The pictures try to show a reflection of the scene, but it was not very far.
Approximately how large was the bone?
I don't recall the approximate, but it was large enough for us to take note.
What did you do with that?
After discovering the skeletal remains, we contacted the medical examiner's office. A forensic investigator from the medical examiner's office responded, Lindsay Doome, D-O-O-M-E. And at that point, they began to conduct their investigation. Forensic investigator Doome determined that it was bone, and then they then document it, recover it for it to be assessed by an expert from the medical examiner's office.
They determined it to be a human bone, correct?
Correct.
Approximately what time was that located?
I believe 5:42 a.m.
And did that bone get assigned the same medical case exam number that the other items that were recovered in this playground got? Or did it get a different number?
I believe at the time I got a different number.
Okay, was that number 242403?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Cross?
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So you would testify that you're a homicide detective?
Yes,
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
since September of 2021.
And one of your roles in this investigation was to search this Galena Street playground area, correct?
Yes,
And you had said that you arrived around, you said your shift was from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m.
correct.
And so I assume you arrived at like midnight.
Approximately.
And by the time you arrived, there were already detectives on scene, correct?
Yes.
How many, do you remember?
I don't recall the members of the early shift though.
Okay. And this is 12 a.m. on what day? April 5th?
It would be the next morning after they initially responded.
Okay, so yeah, they responded April 4th, late at night, and then, so this is April 5th.
Correct.
And you were you joined by Detective Donahue, or was he already there?
He would have already been there.
So detectives had already been around, and they briefed you and said, we'd found some human remains in this area. And so one of your roles was to kind of search this entire area.
Yes,
And you had explained that you did a grid search.
to the best of our ability. Yes, sir.
And I'm trying to like kind of picture this. It's like a bunch of detectives or law enforcement in a giant line walking in unison, correct?
Yes,
And you have, and because and you start this search, it's probably still dark out, right?
it was.
And so you're using flashlights to, flash on the ground and flash, up into trees maybe.
Correct.
Because, I mean, you can't see things with the naked eye, so you got to use a flashlight.
It's definitely harder, sir.
And all of these detectives are on foot, right?
Yes, sir.
And because you'd been briefed before you got there, so you knew what you were looking for, probably human remains or bones, right?
Any potential evidence?
And so you're aware that, were you aware that they had found like very small pieces of human remains before you arrived?
Yes,
So you knew you had to be looking for maybe small pieces of human remains, maybe larger. The sizes could vary.
any potential evidence, sir?
And this search went on for hours, right?
Yes, sir.
Because we see these photos and it looks like the sun is, I don't know if it's up or not, but you can see that it's light out.
Yes.
So probably, can you approximate how many hours you spent searching?
We were briefed somewhere around midnight, and I believe this was 5:40 in the morning, so hours, several hours,
Yeah.
6 hours.
And we saw pictures of, it looks like there's a trail that goes from this park, this playground park, the wooded area, to the train tracks, correct?
Yes,
And we saw, it doesn't look like it's an established path from like the park system. It looks like it might just be human-made of people walking up and down.
it was a path. Yeah, I don't know if it was established or not, but. it
Yeah,
was a
I
path.
understand you're probably not part of the park service. that makes
Correct.
these. Okay. And you testified that the terrain that you were searching through was, I think you said, difficult to navigate, right?
Yes,
And is that just because it's like this wooded area is just full of logs and leaves and trash?
well, the train track, again, we were all online, so the train tracks was less hard to navigate. As you get closer to the wall, yes, it would have been a little harder due to the field was wet, and it was cold.
And it's probably even more difficult because you're not really familiar with this park. It's not like you on a Tuesday afternoon, you're going walking in this park.
Can you repeat that question, sir?
Well, I can rephrase that actually. The area you're searching is difficult to navigate because you're not really familiar with that area. You don't commonly walk in that area.
I would more sort of say the weather conditions, the field, and like I said, the train tracks weren't necessarily, and then again, we're doing this at nighttime, so that also was difficult for us.
So the most difficult part to navigate is when you're in the wooded area, right?
Yes,
Because you see the train tracks, it's a wide open space. It's very easy to walk that.
yes,
And during this, and you testified this was a very, as thorough search as you could, right?
correct.
And during your search, you located the bone, kind of almost rusting on the train track?
It was on the train tracks.
Did you locate any other human remains at that time?
Not at that time, sir.
Did you locate, any other, pieces of evidence of value that you ended up sending to the crime lab?
No, sir, not at that time.
You don't recall, ever, locating a blanket during that search on April 5th, correct?
We did not, no.
And you didn't find a weapon of any sort, correct?
No.
I have nothing further.
State?
You testified when we started talking on direct, you testified that your shift started on April 6th at midnight. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so when defense counsel said April 5th, and you answered a question about finding the bone on April 5th, can you just clarify what date you found it on?
apologies. We start at midnight. So whatever the shift prior, whenever they started, we come in the following morning. So apologies if I misspoke.
So which date was it?
It would have been the 6th.
Okay, so on April 5th is when detectives initially found pieces of flesh and the foot, and you then were called in to assist.
Yes,
I have nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
thank you, Judge.
State your next witness.
State calls Detective Cassandra Lindert.
Okay, so we're watching the Maxwell Anderson trial. He met Sade Robinson out for a date on April 1st, 2024, and she never came back. And they are saying that he took her life, chopped her up in pieces, and set her car on fire. However, there is no evidence, physical evidence linking him to her
How are you
death.
employed?
As a sergeant for the City of Milwaukee Police Department,
How long have you been with the department?
total about 11 and a half years.
What's your current assignment?
Currently, I'm assigned as a sergeant to District 6 early shift.
Prior to becoming sergeant, what was your capacity with the department?
I was a detective assigned to the homicide division.
How long were you a homicide unit detective?
Approximately 2.5 years.
Were you working in that capacity in April of 2024?
I was.
Specifically April 6th, 2024?
I was.
On that date, did you participate in a search of the playground at 31st and Galena?
I did.
Can you describe what you did there?
On April 6th, I was dispatched to 31st and Galena to the park. I was informed that family and friends of Sade Robinson had responded to the park because they had saw a news article the night prior that police were at the park and were searching it for evidence.
And I should clarify, you actually were there on April 5th as well, correct?
I was.
So why don't you describe when your shift started on April 5th and describe what you did once you got to the park?
On April 5th, my shift would have been 4 p.m. to midnight. I was involved with a team of other homicide detectives. We went to the park due to some video that was retrieved, and we began searching the park. During that search, it was nighttime, and I located a piece of flesh and a left foot.
And was Detective Casey Donahue part of that search as well?
He was.
And was he with you, or did he come after when you located that?
He was with me.
Then what happened?
The search continued on the 5th. My shift would have been over that night, and then I returned to work on the 6th, 4 p.m. to midnight.
Were you searching that playground in conjunction with a specific reported missing person?
Yes,
Who was that?
Sade Robinson.
As it relates to the foot and the piece of human flesh that you located, the medical examiner was summoned to collect those items?
Yes.
Why don't you describe your work on April 6th then in that area when you returned?
So like I was saying, April 6th, I was sent to the park because family members had called our dispatch center saying that they went to the park after seeing the police there the night prior in a news article that were searching for evidence. Specifically on the 6th, the family stated that they had found a blanket that belonged to Sade Robinson.
Describe what happened when you arrived.
When I arrived at the park on 31st and Galena, I briefly met with some of Sade's family and friends that were there. They explained to me that they basically conducted their own search of the park after seeing the news article, and that they had located a pink blanket that belonged to Sade.
Approximately what time was this?
It was approximately 5:10 p.m.
Where did you meet the friends?
Just in the general area of like inside the small park on 31st and Galena.
Then what happened?
After they briefed with me, they took me to the area where they located the pink blanket and showed it to me, and I viewed that myself.
Was there one particular person in particular who you were speaking to?
Yes.
What was that person's name?
I believe her first name was Angela.
Did you document this conversation and contact in a report?
Correct.
Would it help you to review your report? To
Yes.
come up with the name? Why don't you take a look at this and let me know if it's helped?
I'm done.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you remember the name now?
Yes, it was Kiana Moore.
Okay, where did Ms. Moore take you to show you the blanket?
She took me to the wooded area, and the blanket was located kind of centrally north and south in the park.
If I showed you a map of the park, would you be able to give us a general idea of where the blanket was found?
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously received as exhibit number 191. Do you recognize that?
I do.
That's the 31st and Galena Park and surrounding area?
Correct.
Can you point on there where the blanket was found?
Yes. I would say it was approximately here.
So south of where you located the foot?
Correct.
Is that an area that had previously been searched to your knowledge?
Yes.
Can you describe that area in terms of what all is there?
So that area in particular is the wooded area that runs north and south in the park on the east side. It's pretty densely wooded. It's not a very well-kept park, so there's a lot of overbrush and like garbage, I guess, and just random stuff that's in the weeds and the grass of the park.
Can you describe what you found when you arrived?
So when I arrived and viewed the blanket, it was kind of just balled up on the ground. It was wet from being on the ground for the night and also kind of dirty with just dirt and leaves and stuff that were attached to it.
What did you do then?
We opened the blanket and I could see that there was a photo printed on the blanket of the face of Sade Robinson, along with a small size like brown dog that her friends and family told me also belonged to her at one point.
That photo of Sade, was that readily apparent? If you had passed that blanket just walking, would the photograph have been readily apparent?
Once the blanket was opened, it would have been. The way the blanket was when I found it, you couldn't really see that the photo was printed on the front of it.
What else did you do?
Once we located the blanket, and I did confirm that the photo on the blanket appeared to be Sade Robinson, I requested officers secure the park again. So they used police tape to secure the perimeter of the park, and I requested that Sade's family and friends and other citizens that were in the park be moved to the outer perimeter so we could do another search of the park.
Then what happened?
Myself and some other officers began a search of the wooded area again inside the park.
Did you locate anything else?
So close to the blanket, I located a small piece of what appeared to be flesh. I also located a small piece of what appeared to be bone. The bone appeared to be somewhat fresh, as it was still like pink or red with a little bit of like flesh attached to it.
Anything else?
Yeah, so as the search continued, along the retaining wall that runs north-south in the park, that separates the park from the train tracks, approximately 8 feet south of where I located the foot the night prior, I found a mound of debris that consisted of like leaves, sticks, and some smaller logs that appeared to have been intentionally kind of piled together. It seemed out of place. I began removing the top layer of the debris when I then could observe a larger portion of what appeared to be flesh that was a darker skin tone.
After finding these pieces of flesh and bone, did you, I know you've described the sequence in which you've searched. Was somebody there present recovering these items as you're searching?
Yes, so once we made the determination that we found the smaller chunk of flesh, the bone, and then the larger that was buried, we froze the scene, called for a forensic investigator along with the medical examiner, the Milwaukee County medical examiner.
The medical examiner's office recovered these items then?
Yes.
Going to show you exhibits 161 through 181 and ask you if you recognize them.
161 is a photo of the park after it had been taped off.
And you can just go through those and let me know if you recognize what each one is, and then we'll go through
Okay.
individually what they are.
Yes, I do recognize. I recognize all of them.
I'd ask for exhibits 161 through 181 to be received and published.
Any objection?
No.
They received, go ahead.
All right, before we do that, I just want to draw your attention back to exhibit number 191. Could you step down and point to where the items that you've just described were located?
Yes. So again, I would say the blanket was located approximately here. The smaller chunk of flesh and the bone that I located was very close to the blanket. And then the larger chunk of flesh that appeared to be covered by logs was along the retaining wall, which can't be seen. but it would have been south of the foot location.
You can have a seat. Showing you exhibit 161, just to get oriented. What are we looking at?
That is a view
Did he do
of
it?
the park taped off by police tape, and that's
This case
in
is
particular
gross.
the
Did he do it?
playground section.
Okay, what street is over here?
That would be 31st Street.
162, what are we looking at?
That is a photo of, I believe, myself and a couple other detectives beginning a search of the park.
Where is this relative to 161?
I believe that would have been south of the playground on the east side, right before entering the wooded area.
163, what is that?
That is an overall of kind of walking into that particular section of the wooded area on the 6th where we located those items I spoke about.
Are you familiar with this building?
Not very.
Okay. Do you know what street that's on?
That should be south-facing Galena.
Say hello.
Showing you
Welcome.
164, what is that?
That is evidence marker 1, which is I placed next to the pink blanket.
Exhibit 165,
It's another view of evidence marker 1 and the pink blanket.
do you recall if the blanket was wet or had it appeared to have been moved at all?
It was pretty saturated from being out on the ground. In the state we found it is how it was photographed.
Exhibit 166, what is that?
Evidence marker 3, which I would have placed next to, I believe, the smaller chunk of, smaller piece of flesh.
Exhibit number 167, what is that?
That's evidence marker 4, which I placed next to the pile of debris where the larger chunk of, the larger piece of flesh was located.
So here's 168. You can see exhibit markers 3 and 4, correct?
Correct.
Where are those relative to where the blanket was found?
I believe the blanket was slightly south of there.
Exhibit 169, what is that?
That's another view of the pink blanket looking south.
What about exhibit 170? What is that?
It's evidence marker 2 that I placed next to the small bone that I located.
I'm zooming in. There's a ruler there, correct?
Correct.
Approximately how big was that piece of bone?
I would say approximately 3 to 4 inches.
Exhibit number 171, what is that?
So this is a view of evidence marker 4, which was placed kind of on top of the pile of debris. This particular view is kind of looking from the top down.
And is that how you first observed this?
It is.
And are you the first one to locate this item?
Yes.
Law enforcement uncovered it?
Yes.
Did you uncover it?
Just briefly to see that there's something under there, and then we froze it for the medical examiner.
Exhibit 172, what is that?
That's another view from the top looking down of evidence marker 4. Now more of the debris has been uncovered.
And you described that as being what?
Well, at the time it was we couldn't tell for sure, but it was definitely a larger piece of flesh. It appeared to be a dark skin complexion.
Exhibit 173.
evidence marker number 3 that I placed next to the smaller piece of flesh.
Exhibit 174.
This is a view again of evidence marker 4, now looking kind of at it towards the east.
Before it was uncovered.
Correct.
Exhibit 175.
Another view of evidence marker 4.
Exhibit 176.
A close-up view of evidence marker number 4.
Prior to the debris being moved.
Correct.
Exhibit 177.
That would be a close-up of evidence marker 2, which depicts the smaller piece of bone.
Exhibit 178.
So now this is where the medical examiner laid down a yellow tarp and she placed evidence 2, which is the bone, on top of the tarp with the ruler next to it.
And you were present for that?
Yes.
Exhibit 179.
That's evidence marker 3, which is the small chunk of flesh that was located. Again, the medical examiner removed it from the wooded area and placed it on top of a yellow tarp.
Exhibit 180.
That's evidence marker number 4, which the medical examiner moved to the tarp and now revealed that it was a human leg, which appeared to be severed above the knee and at the ankle.
So that would be the calf portion of a leg.
Correct.
Exhibit 181.
It's a close-up of the human leg where it was severed at the ankle.
Did you make any observations of how that was severed?
Where it was severed at the ankle appeared to be pretty clean. I believe the medical examiner stated she believed the ankle was
Objection,
broke.
hearsay.
Any exception?
I think I can ask a different question.
Okay.
Just your personal observations.
It appeared to be more cleanly cut at the ankle.
You contacted the medical examiner's office, and are you aware that this was given a medical examiner case number?
Yes,
And is that case number 242415?
I believe so.
The portion of the leg that was covered under, what kind of debris did you testify it was covered under?
A larger pile of leaves, some small sticks, and then some like larger logs.
You testified that it looked unnatural, or like an unnatural portion of the landscape, correct?
Correct.
Did it appear to you that it had been intentionally covered?
To me, yes.
The blanket, is that something that was recovered by law enforcement
Yes.
and it was placed on inventory?
Yes.
I'm going to have Detective Donner show you.
146.
That number fell off. Going to have Detective Donner show you exhibit 162. Sorry, 46. I just wrote that and I couldn't remember it.
You want the scissors?
Do you know what that contains?
It should contain the blanket.
I'm going to have you open that and identify what's in it.
So this would be the pink blanket that I recovered from the park at 31st and Galena that shows Sade Robinson's face on it.
I'd ask that Exhibit 146 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross?
Yes, thank you. So I just want to start with kind of like the timeline of kind of some of the searches you did. You really participated in 2 searches of this Galena Street Park, correct?
Correct.
The first one was on April 5th, correct?
Yes.
And at what time of the day was that?
That was later at night. I believe we may have arrived at the park around 8:30 p.m.
Okay. And you're searching this park with other detectives, correct?
Correct.
And during that search on April 5th, that's where you locate, was it 2 pieces of human remains and then a human left foot, correct?
Correct.
And after that search, your shift ended, you went home, right?
Right.
And then the next day you received a call from Sade Robinson's family or her friends about how they conducted their own search, correct?
I was dispatched to the assignment, correct?
Okay, but you're aware that there was a call to law enforcement that the family had located, or had done their own search in this park, correct?
Correct.
And they had conducted that search. Do you know whether police were present during that time or not?
I believe police were not present.
Okay, so after the search on April 5th, police leave, and then Sade Robinson's family comes in and does a search of their own, correct?
Correct.
And so when you arrived on scene, you're aware that the family had said they found a blanket, correct?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that the area where the blanket was found had been searched the prior day, correct?
Correct.
And this is multiple detectives and police officers walking through this wooded area, and no blanket was located on April 5th, correct?
At that time, correct.
And we saw a picture of the blanket. It's a distinct pink color. We saw how the position it was when you arrived, right?
Right.
It's pink. There looked like the underside was white, correct?
Correct.
And then about 8 or a couple feet from the blanket, you found more human remains, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find those remains on April 5th. You found those on April 6th, correct?
Correct.
And so just to be clear, April 5th, no blankets found. April 6th, the blanket is found, correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware of when that blanket was discarded in that park, correct?
I do not know.
You don't know if it was, it was sometime before April 6th, because that's when you found it, right?
Correct.
And are you aware that what day Max Anderson was arrested?
Not in particular.
Okay. And were you in charge of ever reviewing any surveillance? Was that a different person's job?
That was different detectives.
Okay.
Always somebody else's job. Somebody else. This is why we go through so
And
many different people.
Just briefly
This
here, you
attorney,
said that
how old
the
is
human
he?
remains that you found looked like they were almost intentionally covered up
Correct.
with leaves and dirt.
Yes.
And that's why, I mean, one of the photos you said that some of the debris had been removed and you were able to see a more clear view of what it was, right?
Correct.
And that blanket that you just opened, was that swabbed for DNA?
I believe it was sent to the crime lab.
And when you found it, did you do any preliminary I don't know, review of it? You found any hair or anything?
I just examined it myself. I did observe some red spots that appeared to be blood, but we don't conduct any tests ourselves at the at the, you know, detective level for that.
Yeah, but I mean, your main role is you find the blanket and you secure it and make sure you preserve any evidence that could be found on the blanket or near the blanket, right?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
State?
Based on your involvement in this search, and your knowledge of that area, is it that do you know if that blanket had been there when you searched previously on April 5th?
Objection, speculation.
If you're able to answer it, you can answer it.
On April 5th, I actually do recall seeing the blanket. It was never opened up or looked at because the park is unfortunately extremely littered. There's miscellaneous garbage and clothing items and things like that in the park.
I have nothing further.
Defense?
Did you draft a report indicating that you saw this blanket when you initially searched on April 5th?
I did not.
Nothing further.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
So it's 10:30. It's probably a perfect time to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and get right back at it. Please leave your notebooks on your seat.
So I'm getting the feeling that they're basically saying that this area was such a dumping ground and there was so much other stuff there. You can't really say, like I'm saying, there is no physical evidence thus far to link Max Anderson to this crime. The only thing that links Max Anderson to Sade Robinson is that they went out on a date that night and then she went missing. There's no physical evidence linking Max Anderson to the crime. There is video of him on a bus
Anything to address on the record? State?
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay, we'll take a
leaving
break. Thanks, everybody.
where her car was set on fire, but there's nothing saying that he actually took her life. There's just no physical evidence so far. The prosecution has not dropped a major hammer down on saying that Max Anderson actually did this. So I'm still waiting for actual physical evidence. There is this theory that who else could it have been since she was with him that night and nobody ever saw her again after. And then her phone obviously didn't have any activity on it after she saw him. There was no social media activity. There was no texting. There was no nothing. So it just would, make sense that since he was the last person to see her, that he would have been the one to do this. So it's kind of like in the Alec Murdaugh trial, like who else would have done it besides Alec Murdaugh? He was there. That was his property. He has weapons just like that. It's just kind of like process of elimination kind of thing. So who else but Max Anderson would do this, even though we don't know why he would do this other than the fact that he must be crazy. We don't know, but there's no evidence in his house. There's no evidence in her vehicle, obviously, because it was set on fire. There's no evidence anywhere. Nothing. So the only evidence they have is a figure walking down the sidewalk that resembles him, could be him. There's an eyewitness that says it was him walking that identified him. But, we all know my cousin Vinny about eyewitnesses. And then there's the picture of him on a bus, that he's riding a bus leaving from that area in that morning. But I don't know what the defense is saying about him being on the bus. So that is, I don't know. I don't know what that's going to be or what they're going to say about that. So otherwise, there's just absolutely no physical evidence. There's a lot of, hearsay about, they say they have a confidential informant who said that he actually had a room where he was actually going to specifically do this to her a month before he even went on a date with her, but there's no proof that he even knew who she was or that she, even existed. This confidential informant is not very reliable. So I don't know about any of that. That is all speculation. So we will just have to see. We can look into Karen Reed and see what's going on with her. Also, a lot of people are saying that he is doing a lot of stuff on purpose. That I'm just looking at him. And I know everybody looks different when they go to trial. They never look like they did when they actually committed the crime, because he does not look like he's in his 30s right now. And before he looked older because he had a full beard and he had longer hair and all this stuff. So now he just looks like a deer in the headlights. Like he has no idea what the heck is going on. He just doesn't look like he has any idea what's happening right now. I just don't know what the heck. I don't know. It looks weird. This entire case is very, very weird. So I don't know. It's strange. I wish that more people were watching. And I wish more people were paying attention, because this is a very interesting case. But he doesn't look smart enough. I mean, I'm not sorry. I don't want to insult. I mean, maybe, but I don't know if it just doesn't seem like he would. I don't know. You never can tell with people who do stuff like this, but where is her head? I just have to ask. And then also, this can't be the first time. I looked through missing Black females around her age in that area, and I didn't find any that were missing. I found a couple that were like 16 that went missing in 2022, 2023, that they were teenagers, that they would be 18 or 19 now. But they went missing, but I don't know what the circumstances were of them going missing. So I just feel like if somebody did this would be maybe this was their first time doing this, or maybe this is somebody who's done this, or this just seems kind of like a weird thing, or maybe this was his first time and he was just trying it out. I don't really know. But this isn't something that somebody would go from, I don't know, like assaulting his family. Assaulting his family is a little bit different than taking a girl and taking her apart in pieces and throwing her all over the city. It just seems kind of strange. But he does look like he's got like a deer in the headlights. Like he has no idea what the heck's going on in this trial. He seems absent from the case. I just feel like it's strange. I don't know where the rest of her is at, which is awful. And I'm telling you again, I find it odd that they have no crime scene technically. They have no evidence of how it was done. Like they're clean cuts. They keep saying that over and over again. There's no jagged cuts. What kind of sharp object was used? It just seems strange. I don't know. I'm curious. And again, Nancy Grace talked about this This is another case that was national attention all over the place at the time that it happened. And now that we're going to trial, it's not anywhere on the news. It's nowhere. Well, that's your fault. You stay up too late. Look, I have been on YouTube since 8 o'clock yesterday morning, and I stayed up and was on your channel. I have been on YouTube, on Canva, on YouTube, I am tired. And I still have to make videos. This is exhausting. So, yeah. And I mean, and it's sad. I'm trying to do this case and nobody's watching this case. It's so sad. They're watching it locally in Milwaukee, but not nationally. And I think it's crazy. I am whiny, you know that. I'm bothered that nobody's watching this trial. It's just only local. I had a case I was going to suggest for you, but I've already forgotten. I'll think of it again. I'm sure it'll pop up. I'll think of it. I can't. Having a brain fart right now. Hello, welcome. Come into the chat. We're trying to get this case to have more attention. Well, that was 8 months ago. Nancy Grace did a whole episode about it. I mean, they've literally done like episodes about this. They've talked about this case. I didn't watch Nancy Grace's show, but the same thing with like Samantha Wall. Everybody talked about it when it happened. They all did these big stories about it. Court TV, Law and Crime. Everybody talked about this stuff. And now with the Karen Reed thing going on, there's not even a whisper about this. So that's why I think it's sad that this is going on at the same time. There's also another trial going on. I got to look up his name. I just watched the opening statements this morning before I got on here. but it's about a guy who took his Cadillac and drove into an intersection and took out 5 women who were in a Honda Civic. He just was driving like 100 miles an hour. He had gotten his rental car at the airport, and I don't know why he did it, but he drove from the airport and just was speeding all the way from the airport through interstate all to this intersection and just drove right through and took out these women. He walked away, and the crazy thing is a police officer saw him on the interstate and was following him because he was like, "Oh, this guy's going too fast," and he just kept following him. And he saw the cop behind him, and he just sped up, and the cop kept following him, but he didn't turn his lights on. And then he took off of an exit and went off the exit and took off and sped through this intersection, ran the red light, and T-boned this Honda Civic and took out all 5 women. And then he ran, and then he was mad because they were ruining his Friday night. Yeah. So I watched the opening statements on that. But that's going on as well. There's a lot of trials going on. But this is sad because like I said, I don't know. I'm coming into this case blind. I don't see any physical evidence. Max Anderson looks like a deer in the headlight, like he has no idea what's going on. And I just think this is a wild case, and I want to know. I'm not in Milwaukee. A lot of people up there are extremely upset about this case, and they all want Max Anderson to hang. But there's also some people who are questioning, like I am, like, where's the evidence? And they're also asking, like, how can you use... I know he did not look like that. He actually looked his age in the other hearings, just like Jordan Henning. Like Jordan Henning didn't look like he looks right now. Like right now he looks like a little soy boy. But this guy does not look like he's in his 30s right now. He looks like a little, like, what am I doing here? Kind of thing. So I get it. That no one ever looks like they actually looked when the stuff happened. When they go to court, they look completely different. And that's purposeful. But yeah, it might be. I don't know. He looks pitiful. So I don't know. But I mean, there are people up there though in Milwaukee they're questioning. Well, I mean, yeah, because I mean, I don't know. Maybe he thought he was like, I don't know. Maybe he was smug. I didn't see. I just saw that he had a beard and longer hair, and I didn't see those. I didn't see how he was acting. I just saw the back of him in those first. I just saw snippets from the news or whatever when I was trying to catch up on this, but I really was trying to go into this with no knowledge other than just seeing that he yeah, other than just seeing that he I mean, they arrested him. Also, they are saying that they arrested him on the 4th, and they didn't find all of these her body's parts until the 5th and the 6th. So they're saying, I mean, they're making it sound like the defense is making it sound like yes, I saw that too. Oh, what is the deal with people driving into crowds now? I don't understand that. I have to outlaw cars. That's crazy. This is just crazy. Oh, We're coming back.
Please.
Yeah, it's fine.
Did you see my new banner and stuff, Z? I did the hot pink. You can tell me if you like it or not. If you don't, just let me know because I want to. It's a work in progress, but I kind of like it. I
Okay,
like
we're
it.
back on the record. We have the same appearances. State your next witness.
State calls Detective Justin Sokolowski.
You're supposed to be on top of this stuff, so you can give me your criticisms. I'm always ready for that.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Justin Sokolowski, JustinSokolowski.
How are you employed?
I am employed as a homicide detective for the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the department?
Over 8 years.
How long have you been a detective?
Over 4 years now.
And how long have you been assigned to the homicide unit?
Over 3 years.
Were you working in that capacity on April 7th, 2024?
I was.
Were you dispatched to the area of 31st and Galena, specifically the playground that's located there?
Correct. Me and my partner were in the area doing follow-up at the time.
Who's your partner?
Detective Michael Driscoll, MichaelDriscoll.
What did that follow-up consist of?
We were in the area conducting follow-up, looking for video. When we were flagged down by 2 individuals, indicated that they believed that there were human remains on the railroad tracks in the ravine.
Who were those individuals?
Kiana
who's
Moore
doing that
and
to you?
Arlinda Garza.
And were you able to identify how, whether they were
Whose
related
butt do I need to kick?
Sade Robinson at all?
Correct. They indicated that they were friends of Sade
Objection,
Robinson.
hearsay.
Any response?
I can withdraw the question.
Okay, next question.
She's like,
They flagged you down, and what did you do in response to that?
After we were flagged down by those 2 individuals, we began searching the area. The area is between West Galena and West Walnut in the 1600 block between North 31st Street and North 30th Street. There is a park there located at 1650 North 31st Street. That park was previously searched on the prior day, and we were pointed directly to the railroad tracks that were located in the ravine between North 31st and North 30th Street. I entered the park that was located at 1650 North 31st Street, and I went east through the ravine to the railroad tracks.
just block her.
You referenced searches on prior dates.
Correct.
Did you participate in either of those searches and referencing April 5th and April 6th?
I did not personally know.
So is this the first time that you searched a part of that park?
Correct.
Continue to describe what you did.
So the park is on the edge of a railroad tracks. There's a very steep hill that leads down to the railroad tracks, which is where the 2 individuals indicated that they believed there was additional human remains. Upon going down that hill from the west to the east towards the railroad tracks run from the northeast to the southwest. And I observed what appeared to be a chunk of human bone just east of the
I'm sorry, just west of the railroad tracks and south of the gate that led us to the railroad tracks.
Was there other debris or trash in the area?
Correct. The area is very common to have illegal dumping, which there was multiple garbage bins, other animal debris and things along those nature in that area.
Based on your experience, what did the bone and ligament and tissue appear to be?
So the chunk of human bone that I observed appeared to be a ball joint, and I observed ligaments that were still attached to the ball joint, as well as tissue. What we did was we froze the scene and had the Milwaukee medical examiner come out to the scene and respond to examine the bone.
Did they recover those items?
They did.
Did they get assigned an ME case number 242430?
Yes, they did.
What else did you do?
From there, we conducted an additional search of the immediate area along the railroad tracks to both the northeast and the southwest, looking for additional evidence in the area. There were other animal bones recovered. I believe everything from a dog, deer, and cow were located along those railroad tracks, as well as a bunch of debris and illegal dumping.
No other human bones were found?
Not on that day, no.
Showing you what's been received as Exhibit 191. Can you tell us what this is?
That is going to be a Google map overview of the park located at 1650 North 31st Street and the railroad track that I was describing that runs from the northeast to the southwest.
Can you describe on that map where you located the bone that you've just testified to?
I can. So the circle directly to the right of foot location, there's a circle. If you follow that line to the white box that says proximal bone location, that is the approximate location where I discovered the hip joints.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibits 182 through 189.
I don't object to these.
Thank you, then I'll receive them into evidence at this point.
Can you look at those and just let me know if you recognize what they are?
I recognize where this is.
What are those exhibits?
The photos start off with the bridge directly to the south of where I discovered the proximal bone, facing northbound to cover that railroad track area, and then a series of photos getting closer and closer and closer to the bone that was discovered.
Permission to publish these?
Go right ahead.
Let's start out with that bridge. Is that bridge also depicted on Exhibit 191?
I believe if you move the photo up slightly, you should be able to see the bridge on West Walnut, which will be in the 3000 block of West Walnut.
Does that help?
I believe it's to the south. So you just barely catch the bridge there where you see Google. That is going to be the 3000 block.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 182 here, and then I'm going to go back to 191, okay? Okay, 182. Your testimony is that this is this southern bridge.
I'm mistaken. That's actually going to be the West Walnut Street on the north side, facing to the south.
This one,
Correct.
okay. Exhibit 183, what is that?
An additional view of the bridge facing to the south.
Are you sure that this isn't the park?
I believe that's going to be a view of the park from the south.
Exhibit 184.
That is going to be a view from the bridge facing down to the approximate location where the bone was recovered. And that's going to be the light that was set up due to it becoming dark at the time.
Exhibit 185.
Just a zoomed in version of that same photo.
Exhibit 186.
Another zoomed in photo of that same photo.
These photos are getting darker as we go in sequence here, what time were you flagged down approximately?
The initial time of being flagged down was about approximately 6 p.m. I would say by the time that it was discovered and that we had the crime scene investigator who takes our photos arrived on scene, it was probably about an hour to 2 hours later.
And what is this a photo of, Exhibit 186?
That's just going to be the flashlight on the bone that was discovered, as well as you can see a yellow bag on the top right. That is going to be our evidence markers.
Exhibit 187.
Just a closer up photo of that same image.
Okay, and there's an evidence marker number 1 there,
Correct.
showing you Exhibit 188. What is that?
That is going to be a zoomed in photo of crime scene marker number 1 that we used, as well as a scale for reference due to size.
And what about?
So that's going to be
189.
even a further zoomed in version of the bone that was discovered, showing the ligaments and the tissue that was observed on that bone.
You testified at the beginning that you and Detective Driscoll were out canvassing the area for surveillance video.
I believe that was our initial intention to be in the area, yes.
Did you accomplish anything as it relates to that?
Unfortunately, that night we did not recover any video. We were occupied by the bone recovery.
Were you able to search for any surveillance video or not?
There was numerous attempts on multiple days to get video in the area.
You personally?
On a later date, yes.
Okay. But your assignment this night kind of shifted when you were flagged down.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Cross?
How many cases involving body parts would you say that MPD is involved in per year?
I would not have an exact quote on that number.
Is it something that you go years without even having to see that situation?
I would say no.
Meaning what? That you, in your 4 years as a detective, you saw something like this every year, or what?
I wouldn't say every year, but there are cases where human remains are discovered in the city of Milwaukee.
Is it important to be thorough?
Yes.
And isn't it true that MPD can preserve a crime scene if they wish to?
Yes.
With tape, right?
Correct.
Or even just by, in the homicide unit, just by stationing officers there, right?
Correct.
And for this park at 31st and Galena, was that ever done?
I think in 2 separate occasions, yes.
On a couple of two different occasions?
Yes.
Meaning that, what were those occasions?
The day that we were flagged down, there was a pretty large crime scene set up to conduct a secondary search, and I believe a day prior it was done as well.
And it appears that as the days are going by, different things are being located. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Meaning that it wasn't thorough the first time.
The area is littered with extensive amounts of illegal dumping, trash bags that are mountains high, tire piles. It is a very common area for illegal dumping. So it is very hard in that area to do search everything.
So you wouldn't say that it was sloppy, you would just say it was difficult.
It was very difficult.
But you would agree that something like this ought to be given the highest degree of attention and care, right?
Yes.
In that once a crime scene is folded up, so to speak, or ended, then the public can have access to it, right?
Correct.
And that happened here in this case a few times, right?
Correct. Upon my arrival on the 7th, there was no crime scene established. It was reestablished once new evidence was located.
Thank you. That's all.
State?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Detective Michael Brownrider.
you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
First name Michael, Michael.
Hello,
Last name
welcome.
Brownletter,
Spell
B
check
as in
point of
boy,
view.
Raunreiter.
Hello. Oh,
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, I am.
What unit are you assigned to?
The homicide division.
How long have you been a detective?
Since 2021.
Were you working as a detective with the homicide division back in early April of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you participate in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the roles you played in this investigation to canvass the area near where Sade's car had been set on fire near 30th and Lisbon?
Yes, it was.
That video canvas entailed a large portion of parts of the north side of Milwaukee, correct?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 225. This is a map of a part of the city and county of Milwaukee.
Yes, it is.
Move 225 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Received, go ahead.
.225 here, detective. We're looking at a map that on the southern end of the map here, where my pen is, that would be West Clybourne Street, and in the corner here is part of Interstate 94, correct?
Yes,
All right. And there's a freeway exit there.
correct.
Where does that exit get off?
Gets off at like 26 in St. Paul.
All right. If you were getting off, coming from the east, you'd be getting off right there on 25th and Clybourne, is that right?
Yes,
Where my pen is pointed?
yes.
All right. Now, I'm going to direct your attention, well, can you point out for us sort of the general area where you were canvassing for video?
Yes. Do you mind if I stand?
Go ahead.
So the general area was 30th and Lisbon. So this is the intersection of 30th and Lisbon. The
Can you
skeletal.
pull the microphone by you?
The other one.
The other one.
thank you. Yeah, like
The remains had been
Yeah,
found.
this detective looks
in the
like
park near
irritated.
30th and Walnut, like 31st and Walnut. And the fire had been on the corner of 30th and Lisbon, just to the north and a little bit to the east in the alleyway. So my main focus was just in this general area spanning from North Avenue.
It seems like
south
there were a
to,
lot
Cherry, 27th
of
to
detectives
35th.
on
That was
this,
your main focus originally.
a lot.
Yes,
And eventually you searched other parts of this
So
map.
there better be some evidence.
Later, correct?
yes, it did.
Okay. The playground where the body parts were found, it's not marked by green on this map, but it's right here. Is that correct?
Yes, you can see the railroad tracks coming from the left side of the screen here, kind of in a it's half circle where they turn north and then they point due north or travel due north through Lisbon Avenue.
Were you able to find videos in the area of where Miss Robinson's car was burned that depicted her Honda Civic
Yes, I was.
driving?
Yes.
I'm going to show you on the screen now what I have marked as Exhibit 194. I'm going to go back to the map in a moment. I just want you to take a look at this quick. Not on the screen there. Okay. You recognize this camera footage?
Yes, I do.
Is this camera footage from the address of 2001 North 30th Street?
Yes, it is.
And you recovered this footage yourself?
Yes, I did.
I moved 194 into evidence.
Any objection?
None.
It's received.
When we're looking at 225, we see, can you point out to 225 where this video footage is in relation to where her car was burned?
Yes, so 2001 North 30th Street is the corner of 30th and Brown. Particularly, that's the, it would be the northwest corner of the intersection of 30th and Brown. So we go up to 30th here. This is going to be West Brown. The camera the store is at the intersection, like I said, the northwest corner. Specifically, that camera view is facing south towards Lisbon Avenue.
The one we just had on the screen?
Yes,
And then are we about to discuss another camera view from a different location?
yes, we are.
Where is that in relation to this?
It's a liquor store. The address is 3013 West North Avenue. So that is the southwest corner of 30th and North Avenue. So you have that camera here, then you have the 30th and Brown camera. My left hand is pointing here, and then Lisbon Avenue is just down here where the fire was located, just north of Lisbon Avenue.
Thank you. You can have a seat, and then we're going to go back to the video now. The date and time stamp that's on this camera are up in the left-hand corner, correct?
Yes,
And were you able to determine whether or not that was accurate?
it was accurate.
I'm going to advance. The first clip I have up on the screen, Your Honor, it begins with the letter A and then 08, and then ends in the number 0618.mp4. And it's a 1 hour and 15-minute video. I'm going to advance it to 44 minutes and 21 seconds. You watched this video
Yes, I did.
extensively?
Yes.
All right. The closest I could get was 44:16, so we're just going to do that. The date and time stamp at this part of the video, it's 44:17. What is the date and time stamp?
April 2nd, 2024 at 6:50 and 36 seconds in the morning.
And are you aware that shortly after 6:50 a.m., Ms. Robinson's vehicle was picked up on camera on North 30th Street near Walnut and Lisbon?
Yes, it actually, if you follow the headlights, you can see it turns onto 30th Street from Lisbon Avenue. It continues northbound through the intersection here at West Brown, North 30th, and continues north.
It turns northbound from 30th and Walnut, correct?
Yes, sorry. If you zoom all the way in, you can actually follow the headlights. It comes from Walnut, comes through Lisbon Avenue, and continues northbound.
All right. I'm playing this from the 44-minute, 17-second mark to about 45:20. So we're going to see it coming from the south?
Yes, that's the top right corner.
Okay.
Where you can see headlights there. That's the intersection of West Lisbon Avenue and North 30th.
So this is just a continuation of where that vehicle is picked up at the liquor store down on 29th and Lisbon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do you notice about the vehicle?
You can see the damage to the passenger side. The fog light is burnt out or broken.
Are the wipers going?
Yes.
And it just passed the camera going north?
Yes.
Okay, paused it at 45:21. Going to advance it to
There are a
48,
lot of
12.
irons in the fire in this case. I mean, look at all the detectives, and they all had something different.
48:14.
This is different camera
Going from that
footage.
time, 6:54:34 a.m. There it is again.
Yes, and
I
sorry,
paused it.
the camera went out, but from that view, you can see the damage to the front passenger rear view mirror is broken, as well as some damage to the front passenger side bumper.
All right. I can't zoom in on this player, but are you able to see right? You're saying that this front passenger mirror appears to be dangling?
Yes.
Okay. And I have it paused at 48 minutes, 19 seconds, 6:54:38 a.m. What about the windows?
They're all fogged up.
Is that kind of something you noticed in other videos you watched as well?
Yes, it is.
Playing from that timestamp. Paused again because the TVs went out.
It's so weird that this
Picking
person
up
just
there at
drove around.
4823, and it's off camera, correct?
Correct. It turned westbound on Brown.
Were you able to find a video down Brown Street that picked it up or not, or was there not one?
No, I was unable to find any video west on Brown.
Gonna advance this video to 5206. I'm gonna play from 5203. It says 6:58:22 a.m. if we get it back.
Correct.
Okay. All right, playing again at 6:58:28. And now what's the vehicle doing?
It came from the west on Brown Street. It's going to turn northbound on North 30th Street, where it's captured on video at 3013 West North Avenue.
The video
Driving
we'll watch
around.
next, correct?
Correct.
Following traffic laws. He's stopping at the stop signs.
Last part of this clip, I'm gonna advance it to 5403.
Random.
Now we're at basically 7 a.m. on the dot. 7
Yes.
a.m. and 22 seconds, playing from there.
Again, that's the vehicle. You can see the passenger side mirror, the damage to it.
Dangling down.
Yes.
All right.
Super weird.
And what does the vehicle do?
It continues southbound towards Lisbon Avenue, and you can, if you zoom in, you can see that it actually turns westbound on Lisbon Avenue.
Paused it again. All right. So it's way up here in the corner going towards Lisbon, correct?
Correct.
All right. And before Lisbon Avenue, which is difficult, almost impossible to see, the car would be able to turn into the alley where it was eventually set on fire, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to bring up the next clip. It starts with A08 and ends in 2150. Sorry. Got to get the right player up. All right. So we're at I'm going to go to 1 minute, 20 seconds. All right. Very, very faintly up in the corner, are you going to be able to see that car turn off of Lisbon and go into that alley?
Yes.
All right, but it's really faint, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to play from 120 to 149. All right. There it is, and it's making the turn now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've reviewed that video footage from the liquor store before?
Yes, I have.
This is the time that you see behind the liquor store, the car in the L-shaped alley?
Yes.
All right. And then lastly, I'm just gonna go ahead, I'll cue it up so when the TV comes back, it can be ready. 13 minutes, 52 seconds, roughly. 7:35 a.m. You can start to see faintly in the upper right corner, the siren, or the fire trucks coming northbound on 30th.
Correct.
Okay. Paused at 14:08. So just to, well, never mind. I'm going to move on to the next video before I do that. The next is going to be Exhibit 195. What are we looking at, Detective?
This is the video from 3013 West North Avenue.
Move 195 in.
No objection.
It's received.
All right, I'm going to go up to 6. Well, was the date and time accurate on this one?
Yes, it was.
Very hard to see, but I'll bring it up in a minute. Make it bigger. Okay, so what date and time do we have?
April 2nd, 2024 at 6:52 and 42 seconds a.m.
And this is 30th Street right here, correct?
Yes,
And then this would be North Avenue going east if you were going that way.
correct.
And this just picks up where kind of that last camera left off.
Yes.
What are we going to watch the Honda Civic do here?
So after the Honda Civic goes out of view traveling northbound on North 30th Street, it reaches this, I guess, the entranceway to the parking lot of the liquor store. It's going to turn into the parking lot and kind of back out and then go back southbound on 30th Street.
Playing at 6:52:43. So it gets to North Avenue, then it decides to turn back south.
Correct.
And that's where we pick it up again on that other video?
Yes, at 2001 North 30th.
Okay. Let me advance this to 6:59:07, or as close as I can get. And this is that second pass as it's going up 30th Street between Brown and North?
Yes.
Makes another turn. It's off camera by what time?
6:59 and 29 seconds.
Thank you. So, Detective, in sum, from those two videos, you see the Honda coming northbound on 30th, and it essentially gets to North Avenue on 2 different occasions and decides to double back, seemingly circling the area near 30th between North Avenue and Lisbon Avenue.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Cross?
Did you ever see in any of these video who's driving that car?
No, you cannot.
And you've attempted to zoom in and examine that closely?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's all.
Nothing else.
Anything tonight?
No.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
I will recall this witness at a later time. The next witness is Detective Thaddeus Schimmels.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Again, still waiting to hear some
State,
solid
spell your name
evidence.
For the record?
My name is Thaddeus Schimmels, Thaddeus. Schimmels is spelled
Lots of detectives.
Schimmels.
You a
Looking at
detective with the
different
City of
stuff.
Milwaukee Police Department,
Yes, I am.
assigned to the homicide unit?
That's correct.
Were you working in that capacity in April of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you assist in the investigation into the missing person report related to Sade Robinson?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the roles of one of your roles in that investigation to canvass areas of the north side of Milwaukee for surveillance video footage?
That's correct.
Did you end up recovering multiple videos that depicted Miss Robinson's car driving in and around the area where it was ultimately burned at 7:30 a.m. on April 2nd?
That's correct.
Lots of different video footage angles.
25 up on the screen.
Lots of different detectives looking at different footage.
Tell us the areas that you search for videos in.
The City of Milwaukee Police Department was looking at video in the area from 27th, North 27th Street to North 35th Street, from the area of West Valete Street to the area of West North Avenue. I ultimately obtained some video from the area of the 32 and 3300 block of West Valete in that area.
Did you also obtain video from a location on North 26th Street?
Correct.
What was that location?
The address was 833 North 26th Street. It was the child care center there.
Okay. That video depicted
The cameras, oh, I'm sorry. The cameras on the building were facing North 27th Street and captured Ms. Robinson's vehicle traveling northbound on 27th Street at approximately 4:50 a.m.
All right, to orient us, we'll kind of be looking at the southern part of this map, right?
Correct.
So this is a little glimpse of I-94 here. There's an exit on 25th and Clybourne. Wisconsin Avenue is here, correct?
Correct.
Where is this children's center for the daycare? It would be 26th Street here, and then around Wells. 26th and Wells. Okay, so it captures 27th Street even though the daycare is on 26th.
That's correct. The entrance is on 26th Street, but there's cameras on 27th Street.
I'm gonna pull up exhibit.
196.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. 196 on the screen here. Just take a moment, hopefully. What are we looking at?
This is a camera mounted to the west side of the building. It is facing westbound. The street in front of the street that's in the camera view would be North 27th Street.
Okay. It's on the west side. It's facing west? Okay.
Correct.
All right. So where's the freeway? Off to the left side or to the right side?
It would be to the left.
And what are we going to see?
What we're going to see is Ms. Robinson's dark blue Honda Civic traveling northbound, which would be from left to right through the camera view.
The date and time stamp, it says April 2, 2024, 4:50 a.m., was this determined to be accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to play clip, the first of 2 clips.
So again, lots of footage of Sade going around Milwaukee, her car going around, her phone going around, but there's zero of Maxwell Anderson. So there's nothing linking him still.
Is that it?
Yes, it is.
All right. Are you able to tell anything about the windows?
Yes, the windows are steamed or fogged up. They're, all of them are cloudy. I can also tell that the passenger side rearview mirror is not mounted fully. It's hanging on the side.
Was that something that you were specifically looking for in videos? I mean, was that something you had known prior to your video canvas?
It was developed during the video canvas, but yes, we were, became aware that there's those distinctions noticed about the vehicle.
Well,
Playing it again.
I'm sure she was like deceased, but explain the window fogging up thing to me. I must be missing something here. What's up with the windows being fogged up?
And I'm pausing that video clip at 35 seconds. Timestamp is 4:50:36 a.m. and I'm going to play the second clip. So this clip just picks up where the last one left off?
Correct.
All right, it's 12 seconds long.
Yeah, the camera footage is really bad. His attorneys are probably his age, you know?
And that's
Look
the
at those
vehicle going
lawyers.
through?
That's correct.
All right. Are you able to see on this video too whether or not the windows appear to be foggy?
Yes, they are.
One more time.
I mean, the attorneys are they're just like me, like, where is the evidence that he was there? They have zero physical evidence. And he looks confused. He looks like, I don't know.
Did you recover video from 3220 West Fleet Street?
He doesn't look like some sort
Yes,
of,
I did.
I don't know, chopping genius. Not that you got to be a genius to do that, but
I'm going to pull up here Exhibit 199.
he just looks so blank. Like,
Judge, if I called the 833 North 26th Street Exhibit 196, I was wrong. It is it's marked as Exhibit 202. The sticker says 202. That was my mistake.
It might have been mine as well. Okay, so the last video was 202.
Yes.
Got it.
he just looks so,
And this one's 199.
This one is 199. What is 3220 West Fleet Street?
The location is a Community Care Incorporated.
And its video cameras face where?
They have a number of video cameras at this location. We obtained multiple exterior cameras that were both along the south side of the location, which is West Fleet Street. And there were some other cameras that were obtained that were captured West Cherry Street to the north of the property.
What camera angles were of note or of relevance to this?
The 2 camera angles that were on the south side location along West Fleet Street.
I'm going to pull up 199. It's going to be camera number 2, the clip ending in the numbers 44000. All right, orient us if you can. Do you want the map? Well, why don't you describe it first, then we'll go to the map.
Again, the building itself is a larger building. This would be located, the camera's on the south side of the building. It's both marked and it's facing in a southwestern direction. The camera itself is specifically titled Elite Southwest. What you see is the sidewalk in front of the building in West Elite Street facing in a western direction. The set of green lights right there would be 33rd Street. And then in the distance, you can see red lights of 35th Street.
So this camera is facing southwest, and then there's gonna be another camera watching that's facing southeast, right?
Yes,
And the date and timestamp on this one,
it was 1 minute slow to the actual time.
I'd move 199 in.
Any objection?
No.
199 is received.
Now, we had just watched the vehicle coming up 27th Street in this direction, correct?
Correct,
All right, and Valete Street is right here, correct?
correct.
So what we're about to see is the car passing by Valete Street minutes after we just saw it on video going north on 27th away from Interstate 94?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna advance this to 16 minutes and 49 seconds. The time up on the top here says 4:56:49, but that's probably more 4:57:49, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Playing from there. And there's the car.
Correct.
So it went through 33rd Street then,
Yes,
up to 35th?
correct.
Okay. Is that a red light?
That is correct.
I just
What's it gonna
can't.
do?
Once the red light changes in the distance on North 35th Street, it's going to make a left turn to travel southbound on North 35th Street.
I just can't tell. I mean, not that you're supposed to be able. I mean, it could be the person standing next to you
There
on
it
a
goes, correct?
plane. Who knows? But
Paused it at 18:21. And Detective, just in your experience from driving these areas, is that the approximate time it would take to get from that children's center camera?
objection,
Here?
calls for speculation.
Yes,
Okay,
Yeah.
gonna advance the video to 3320.
Yeah.
Playing from there. This would be roughly 5:14:20 a.m.
that's correct.
And what are we gonna see off in the distance there?
The vehicle, I believe it goes, is going to travel,
Turn south there?
yes, it was traveling eastbound on West Fleet Street and then it turned south on North 33rd Street.
There's another camera we're gonna watch that's gonna show that same
I hope
turn
so.
from that
Because how do you know
intersection, right?
that?
Yes, that is correct.
I can't tell.
Going up to 35:15. 5:16:12 a.m.
Correct.
There it is again, right?
That is correct.
Do you know where it came from that time, based on your knowledge of the other facing camera?
Yes, it was actually traveling northbound on North 32nd Street, had turned left to travel westbound on West Fleet Street, and is going to again turn onto southbound on North 35th Street.
So this is its second southbound turn from Valete onto North 35th Street in like the past 15 to 20 minutes.
Correct.
The exact same route it just did.
Correct.
And there it goes.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of following of her phone and her car.
I'm gonna go up to 3830.
Again, we're on day 4, and I'm not seeing anything still that says he did it. And there's a lot of detectives. I'm saying there's a lot. I can't even count how many
All right.
detectives they've
Now
had
the
up here.
TV's back. We're up to 5:19:28 a.m. Detective.
Actual time, yes, timestamp
Okay,
of
actual time.
5:18.
Okay. Play a brief clip from here. Paused it.
So they can't say this case was not worked
Picking
on.
it up.
There's a lot of people on it, but
All right,
I'm
there
just
it is again.
Correct.
car just drives all over the place.
This time it's going to turn where?
It's going to turn southbound again on 33rd Street.
So the last 2 times it did this westbound path down Vliet, turning on 35th. This time it's turning on 33rd.
Correct.
Paused it at 39:04. This would be
That's
roughly
the part I'm waiting
5:20
on is the
a.m.,
bus
correct?
part, because that's the only part to me that
I'm going to switch over to channel 4
that I do know about that
or
connects
camera
them.
4 clip
That's
ending
the
in
only part.
4400.
That bus part.
All right. Let me advance it to 1632. All right, it's at 1638. Up in the left here, we've got April 2nd. This is going back to that first clip we watched where it's coming westbound on Vliet, but we're just looking at the different angle, right?
That is correct.
And those set of lights down there would be what lights?
That will be Ms. Robinson's vehicle traveling westbound on West Fleet from North 27th Street.
Sorry, I meant the traffic lights. What
I'm
street
sorry.
would that be over there?
Lights in the distance would be North 27th Street.
So if the car had been going north on 27th Street, like we saw in the Children's Center video, all it had to do is get up to Vliet and then make a left-hand turn.
Correct.
Is that what we're seeing here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
And
and
then
that
it just comes
backpack.
past on passing 32nd and
I'm
Vliet.
I'm just going to object to leading questions at this point.
I'll rephrase them.
Was full.
I played it from about 1645. Is that the car?
Yes.
Are you able to tell anything about the windows as you watched this?
Yes, the windows appear fogged or steamed up. Again, the rear view mirror on the passenger side is hanging, and the front lower fog lamp is looks not like the other one.
Okay. Next clip is camera 4 ending in 5737. All right, same camera angle, just next clip, and I'm going to advance it to 20 minutes, 49 seconds. (20 minutes, 52). Now you can barely see North 32nd Street there, correct?
That's correct. It's a T intersection there.
What are we going to see the car doing here?
So you're going to first
I wish
see
they'd show him more because I'm
the
trying
street
to just
light up as though there's a vehicle there, the headlights of a vehicle that stopped there.
get a
It's
read
gonna
on him.
be stopped there for what appears to be an extended amount of time, just for the fact that there doesn't appear to be any other cross traffic. and then the vehicle come into the camera view just momentarily as it turns left to go westbound on West Fleet again.
So it stops right here, a little off camera is what you're saying?
Yes.
And you're able to tell that how? Even though you can't see the car, how can you tell?
Again, the street will illuminate with headlights from the vehicle itself.
Playing at 2052. You see the lights?
Yes.
And are you able to see the windshield?
Yes, the
What does it look
windshield
like?
is fogged and cloudy.
Huh? I feel like I can see a little bit of
And
the.
in this frame, are you able to see the front passenger rear view mirror?
Yes,
What does it look like to you?
it is angled downwards as though it's not fully mounted or damaged.
And that turn was made at around 5:19 a.m.
That is correct.
Are we going to see the car do the same turn?
Yes,
You're going to advance it to 20 minutes. I think I did the wrong clip first. I'm actually going to go to
Sorry, this is out of order.
17:14. So that was at 5:19. We're going to back up to 17 minutes, 15 seconds. This would be roughly 5:15 a.m.
that's correct.
Okay. Playing from there.
What is the method to the madness
car
of all
doing?
this driving
Again, it's
around?
stopped. There is the vehicle that's traveling south, westbound. And now there's no vehicles traveling east or west, but the vehicle is remaining there for some time before it makes its turn.
Can you see the windshield?
Oh,
Yes.
now I see. Oh, this.
What does it look like to you?
It's cloudy and fogged up.
And on where I have it paused here at 17 minutes, 41 seconds, can you see the front passenger rear view mirror?
Yes, it's angled downwards. It appears to be hanging.
Paused it at 17 minutes, 45 seconds. If I didn't move 199 in, I would do that.
You did 199, you didn't do 202.
Then I would move 202 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I would, I could go on to the next one, but if you wanted to break here, I'd leave it up to the court. We can keep going.
Maybe one more.
Okay, I
Then we'll break.
have actually a quick one. I'll do that. All right, did you get a ring video from an address on McKinley?
Yes,
What was the address?
the address was 3332 West McKinley.
I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 200. This is a brief clip, right, Detective?
Correct.
Okay. While I pull that up. Zoom in here. All right, so we just watched the video of the car going westbound on Fleet here, right?
Correct.
And then we watched it make some southbound turns on the 35th here, correct?
Correct.
And then we also watched it make one southbound turn on 33rd Street here, right?
Correct.
After it made one of those southbound turns on the 35th Street, is that shortly after it goes off camera there? Did you catch it on camera at this McKinley address?
Yes.
Where is that address?
The address? The address would be located right here. It would be 34th Street. And these, the east and west would be McKinley Avenue.
Is that a residential area?
Yes, it is.
Were there any cameras down McKinley that were able to help you?
No other ones that we were able to locate.
All right, so, the street, McKinley here, this would then be 34th, right?
Correct.
34th runs into the train tracks, right?
Correct.
Dead end?
Yes, there is a way to get through by an alleyway that would be in between McKinley and Belite, but yes, essentially a dead end.
Okay, so we're about to watch video footage from here facing 34th?
Correct.
All Is this the video? Sorry, I gotta hit the button.
Yes, that is the video.
Ooh, are we gonna see something?
Let me get the volume on here. All right, I would move 200 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Off to the left side of the screen would be McKinley.
Correct.
All right, and then to the right side is sort of where that train tracks meet 34th Street.
Correct.
Is this the car right here off to the left?
Yes.
And what time and date?
She does. She looks like
It
a,
is,
looks like a
April 2nd,
like a
2024 at 4:59 and 29 seconds.
Would
AM.
this have corresponded with the timestamps
He's
from
a
the other
detective
video
too.
when the car is seen turning off onto 35th Street,
Yes, it would.
playing the 50-second clip?
I mean, how is this person driving with all these foggy windows? Okay, are they're gonna get out? Ooh. Ooh. It's those brows, man. Got those drawn on brows that look really, really high. Wait. That's it?
What'd you observe the car do?
The vehicle had traveled northbound on North 34th Street from McKinley, went to the dead end, conducted a turn to turn itself around, and then slowly traveled back southbound on North 34th Street back to McKinley.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
After it made its turn to turn itself around, it traveled southbound back to slowly traveled southbound on North 34th Street back to West McKinley Avenue.
At some point in this video, does it appear to you that a motion activated light turns on?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna play it one more time. Right there?
Correct.
And as the car passed, were you able to see whether or not the windows appear fogged?
They do.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Z, but like, is there not any you know how you turn on the air or the heat or something that usually makes that go away? So is he not running anything in there? Maybe, or does it not work? I don't know. It's just weird. You turn the defroster on or something. Okay, so we're watching this car drive around in circles.
Okay, I think this is a perfect time to break.
I think it is too, because I'm
Yeah.
really confused. We're just
Same
watching
admonition,
her
right?
car.
Don't do any investigation, don't do any research, don't do any blogging, texting, posting about our job here. Don't talk about it with each other. Wear your juror badges prominently. Go have a lovely lunch. Put this completely out of your mind, and we'll kick back up. Today, we can start back up at 1:30.
1:30.
So we'll
Oh
open
my
up the jury room
goodness.
about 1:15, 1:10-ish. Yeah.
That's a long
And then,
lunch.
I need all of you back in order to go on the record right at 1:30. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Leave your notebooks on your chairs, please.
That is a long lunch. Okay. Well, let's see. We'll check in on Karen Reed since. Oh, there's the ceiling fan too. They're going to lunch. We can oh, I don't want to do long crime. We can go back and see how that started out. Oh, of course they had to do a whole sidebar. Oh, we got Alan Jackson on up here. We haven't seen him in a while. See how this goes. So we're just gonna watch the go back and watch Karen Reed while we're on a lunch. This is an hour and a half lunch, y'all. So Maxwell Anderson is on lunch break.
Finding argument.
Karen Reed is also on lunch break, so we're just rewound. Went back to catch up on Karen Reed while Maxwell Anderson is on lunch.
So I'll hear you whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson. Sure.
So the defense is now presenting their case for Karen Reed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We filed this morning a motion for
Yes, Mother.
finding of not guilty under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 25A. I think that's before the court. My comments will be relatively brief, but it's important, and the points that I'm going to make in the next couple of seconds or next couple of minutes are equally important. It comes down to the following. The Commonwealth has simply not proven, even in a light most favorable to them, that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview in Canton, Massachusetts.
Oh, she's not going to call
There was
this.
no collision proven to have occurred. There was no eyewitness presented. There was no video evidence, no audio evidence, no evidence in the form of physical evidence at the scene by searches that were done by officers on the morning of January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth, through suspect experts based on circumstantial
Procrastination,
technical data,
lazy,
only sought to prove a
fine line.
backing event, and that's important. They sought to prove that at 34 Fairview, the SUV went backward. They did not prove, and every single one of their experts was asked this question, they did not prove that there was actually a collision associated with that backing event. The Commonwealth experts said at best that the car went in reverse, and it was suspect whether it went in reverse at 34 Fairview or some other place, time, or date. The Commonwealth also put on an expert who said that she found no injuries, none, mind you, indicative of a vehicle strike on John O'Keefe's body. And she, Dr. Irini Scordibello, was arguably their most important witness. The Commonwealth cannot and did not say or prove a collision at a particular time, a collision at a particular place, a collision with a particular person, or that a collision even occurred on January 29th, 2022 at or around or at or after 12:30 in the morning. Their own expert, I think it was yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, was asked on examination by Mr. Alessi, can you tell us the particulars of the collision, pardon me, as you suggested in your testimony? And his answer was, there's simply not enough evidence. He was asked specifically, why didn't you try to recreate the circumstances, the force impact? That's what you do, sir. You're a biomechanic expert. Recreate it for us. And he said, there's not enough evidence. There is evidence, however, that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were sparring at 34 Fairview. There is evidence, however, that that was just minutes, not hours, not days, minutes before John O'Keefe ultimately met his fate at 34 Fairview. there is evidence that Brian Higgins was love struck, that he was jealous, that he was aggressively coaxing John O'Keefe out of the waterfall, that he was passively aggressively coaxing Miss Reed to engage with him rather than John O'Keefe. Again, there was not a single eyewitness to a collision. There was not even a single eyewitness to a backing event at 34 Fairview. The court will recall Jennifer McCabe testified that she basically watched the SUV the entirety of the time it was in front of the location at 34 Fairview with Miss Reed in the driver's seat. She saw it pull up once. She saw it pull up twice. She saw it pull up a third time. And then she saw it was gone. And at no time did she ever see the car go in reverse. She certainly didn't see the SUV go in reverse at a high speed. And she darn sure didn't see the car go in reverse at a high speed and strike a pedestrian.
Darn sure.
Her focus was defined enough to see thin tire tracks in a dusting of snow, thin enough, I think the phrase was, to track a cat. That's how detailed she was in her observations.
What does that mean, Z?
She did not see John O'Keefe hit by an SUV. She did not see John O'Keefe's body in the snow, in the yard, laying prostrate.
To track a cat?
16-pound,
I've never heard that.
6'1" man in the snow, directly in front of the SUV. She was tracking the entire time.
Never
There are
heard
two
that.
other witnesses, Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxon. They both noted that John O'Keefe, not that they didn't see him, Your Honor, that John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle when they were behind it. The dome light was on. They could see inside the interior of the vehicle. Miss Reed was sitting there with her hands at 10 and 2, and the passenger seat, notably and markedly, was empty. He was not outside the vehicle. He wasn't standing. He wasn't sitting. He wasn't lying down. There's only one place he could be: inside the curtilage of the home, inside the house, or inside the garage. Not one witness that was inside the house, not one passerby, not one neighbor, not one plow driver ever saw John O'Keefe's body laying prostrate in the snow that morning. Not one. Not until Karen Reed found Mr. O'Keefe at about 6:03. And again, the Commonwealth's chief medical expert, Dr. Scortibello, their medical examiner, who's the only person that the court heard from or will ever hear from who actually investigated John O'Keefe's physical body, the only person to have physical access to John O'Keefe, testified he did not have any injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. But she did indicate that the injuries, as did the firefighters, the first responders, indicate that he had injuries consistent with a physical altercation. And certainly, as to counts 1 and 3, no evidence has been presented or proffered whatsoever by the Commonwealth that Karen Reed intended to run over and harm John O'Keefe in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Hearken to the video at C.F. McCarthy's. Hearken to the video at the waterfall. Every witness confirmed what our eyes could see. That night, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were loving, caring, affectionate. There's absolutely no evidence that Karen Reed had an intent to harm John O'Keefe, or that that after the fact, that she intended to leave him for dead, because there was no fact to be after. There was no collision in the first place. The Commonwealth's case, certainly on counts 1 and 3, taken separate from count 2, because of the mens rea associated with counts 1 and 3, fails miserably.
That's what
the Commonwealth at the end of the day has presented their best case. They've done their best. Some would say they've done their worst. and their cases failed. No reasonable jury, hearkening back to the standard under Rule 25, no reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty of count 1, count 2, or count 3. But taking count 1 and 3 aside, those are separate counts because of the mens rea required and the high burden that's required, even taken in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. What evidence have they proven that Karen Reed intended to kill or harm John O'Keefe, or that she intended to leave him for dead in the snow?
She's not going to
The
let
answer is
this
none.
go.
0. No reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty. This case never should have been brought in the first place.
Nope.
There are reasons that I won't go into here. The court knows those reasons or knows our position on those reasons. This was a vindictive prosecution, and I believe that the court is duty bound pursuant to the precepts of Rule
I still don't get
25A,
it.
as well as the principles of justice.
What does that mean?
To dismiss all 3 counts, and certainly taking count 1 and count 3 aside, the court is duty bound to dismiss those 2 counts. Thank you.
And yet we're still in trial because she ain't going to do it. Here we go. We got to get in this up here and we got to talk.
In a light most favorable to the Commonwealth,
The Commonwealth.
the first issue the court should look to is intoxication.
Well, she was drunk.
The reasonable fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated.
Intoxicated.
Based on the serum conversion,
So that
and
means
based on
she's
Karen
guilty.
Reed's statements herself, you've heard many, many admissions by the defendant about her level of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely.
Okay.
Those are just 2 of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication, which are clear, light most favorable to the Commonwealth, a reasonable fact finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence of collision is abundant. I do not want to go through an entire closing argument or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the defendant's own Lexus, from her shattered right taillight, that are found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Mr. O'Keefe is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where her car does a backing maneuver at least 24 miles per hour. He is left with injuries on his arm consistent with the damage to her Lexus right rear taillight. The scientific data is substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature data. And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting. The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming. It is a public way. Lieutenant Gallagher told us about Fairview as being a public way. And so as to the operating under the influence of alcohol manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder,
Where's the intent?
as highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant engaged in intentional conduct that was her maneuver of driving forward, stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022. Under the conditions at night after being intoxicated, that conduct was intentional, and any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death. There is no predicate of intending to kill or even intending to hit. There is clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death driving a 6,000-pound SUV forward and then back. In addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself. Through firefighter Becker, they're arguing, they're upset. We see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup, and we hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice. There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledges an injury to Mr. O'Keefe. She's the last one with him, where to find him, and her hypothesis about hitting and clipping him. As to leaving the scene, again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes dozens and dozens of calls, but never goes back to help him and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
All right, thank you. So the motion is denied as to all three. On the other topic that we were discussing at sidebar, I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Ms. Giannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about proposal. So are we ready to bring the jury in?
I mean, of course she's going to keep it going because this is.
I'm ready. Okay, so.
This is.
All right, so we'll bring the jury in. That will take 5 minutes, Paul. All right, so we'll take the lease.
All right, please.
Biggest crap show we've ever seen. So of course, let's just keep this going. I mean, there's no sense in prolonging.
Can you tell us the evidence of your report and jury in case down here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so Maxwell Anderson is on lunch break. Karen Reed is on lunch break. Went back to watch the Karen Reed, what we missed this morning because we are watching Maxwell Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. DeSogra. Could
While
you
on
please
lunch
state
for
your
watching
full name
Karen
and
Reed.
spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Sure. Matthew DeSogra, last name
And this is
Disogra.
Karen Reed.
What do you do for a living, sir?
Putting their
I am
report
a
down.
licensed professional engineer. I
I'll be
practice
right back.
in the field of accident reconstruction. And within that field, I specialize in analysis, interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? But other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of a crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data, and event data recorders.
Staying on that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the Director of Engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So, event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the Director of Engineering for EDR services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and
Hi in
I
the
testify.
chat.
On top
We're
of that,
watching Karen Reed while everybody's
in
on
the director
lunch.
role, I oversee
Karen
a
Reed's
group.
on
It's not
lunch.
just me
Max Anderson
doing
is on
this kind
lunch.
of work. I have
We're
three
all
other
on lunch.
engineers that work with me.
But welcome to the alternate point of
all
view.
specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as the direction we're going. You know, with things like autonomous vehicles coming, the role of data is growing. So we're kind of looking to the future in a lot of those ways.
As a consulting engineer, you've indicated what your specialization is. Do you specialize in motor vehicle accident reconstruction as well as vehicle system analyses?
I began my career at Delta V doing traditional accident reconstruction in the broadest sense. And as I have progressed, I have sort of narrowed myself down and now specialize in that. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because ultimately sorry.
No, please finish.
Ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR or data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods? In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So it's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of manufacturers implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we use in the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit. What about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on the common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental part of vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them. So we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
System, got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on Earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota/Lexus, versus a heavy truck or a heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind how it works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and VCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that for the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip a vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle, then we can download the data that the vehicle stored, and now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, if we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors in these vehicle systems. And in a lot of cases, what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems in many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, there's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock alignment would mean finding an independent source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta V?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month, actually.
Okay. These things that you just described that we've talked about for the last few minutes, these are all duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you just talked about. Go ahead.
Oh,
the road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree also in mechanical engineering from the same school. And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's?
Correct.
In engineering?
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in terms of the engineering field or the reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed, in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education, but also some of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals, also counts as continuing education.
Do you regularly attend symposiums or symposia, I guess is the right
Yes.
word? Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Correct. Yeah, I attend. There's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those. And I'm usually presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually teach.
Correct.
Have you attended data? I'm sorry, have you attended data? Have you attended events that deal with data, event data recording systems and event data recording system extraction?
Yes.
What about vehicle crash reconstruction?
Yes.
What about electronic control module imaging?
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction?
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering. So as it relates to what I do, when we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the chip level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level. And then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am, active member.
When you say an active member, is that a nationally recognized society for academic engineers?
Yes.
The teaching roles that you've held within organizations, have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I am. I'm currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees within that organization, within the organization of the Society for Automotive Engineers?
I am. I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does, and it requires, as far as I know, when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field and
yes.
subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles that you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles?
Yes.
Can you name one, please?
Specifically, this year, published a paper where we studied the effects of collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components, it's just a different brand on top.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing?
Mr. Jackson, you're going to have to repeat that.
Of course, sorry. In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorder Testing?
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing with retrieving data from a vehicle, an EDR, an event data recorder, Toyota paper, whatever it might be, and that's a term of art, Toyota paper, correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or a skateboard if they happen to have an infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting into the granular details, the fundamental aspect of that paper?
So, in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, you know, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. We demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. DeSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
In New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court in this field that you're talking about today?
Specifically with, as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture LLC.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So more or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Miss Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
Did you in fact review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the tech stream event known as 1162-2, 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about tech stream events. So we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary if we could. When I say tech stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated, has to be triggered by something. So, yes.
You became aware in your analysis, I'm assuming that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
Correct.
What span of time was that? I should say, what time was that?
For which event?
For the 1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number committed.
With the court's permission.
Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor. So the original analysis places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, and this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds, 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
Let me ask you this. Does a trigger event or does a tech stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's my question. All right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does a trigger event or a tech stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself?
Yes.
Explain that for the jurors so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording. And as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary. It can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the tech stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38, would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that long.
That's my question.
the event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it? Let me ask you this. Does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after? But the trigger event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
Okay. If we were to calculate the window between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
Would you calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time, and I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
Of the recording event.
Of the recording event.
Not the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate. I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect of timing if you were to start at the trigger event, 12:31:38, versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43?
There'd be approximately 5-second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event to 12:32:09?
It would be larger by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report. When you applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you apply the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all of the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
Slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date.
Say that again?
It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I I think I was provided it a couple days after that. I don't
Okay.
remember the exact date.
So after, well, do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're not watching the trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event?
Objection. Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger?
Objection. Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Why is she's given the prosecution more room? This is just the prosecution's argument to not sorry, let me fast forward this because we're watching this on a replay. So
what was the purpose of creating the PowerPoint?
The purpose of the PowerPoint was really to take a bunch of different data elements that were kind of placed throughout Mr. Burgess's report and Dr. Welcher's report in PowerPoint and compile them into a single source, a single table, essentially, to show as clearly as possible what the conclusions would be if we look at the data as a whole.
When you created that PowerPoint presentation, did you create it with the intention of providing it to the defense, which would then be provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is no. The answer is
Following your presentation of the PowerPoint to us, at some point, did you receive from Mr. Burgess an amended report, an amended PowerPoint?
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did that report or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that he came to in January 2025? Going back to the original report?
Yes.
Did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Were those two things different?
sustained.
Were the conclusions, not his opinions, were his conclusions different?
Sustained.
Was there any difference in the two reports?
There was.
Tell me the differences.
In the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with a final time. In the supplemental report, he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report, but then he also took it all the way to the end by applying those calculations to the times.
What were the main differences? Explain for the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the May 2025 report?
Contrasting it with the original report. In the original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone.
What was the shared maneuver?
It was a 3-point turn.
Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025?
He did not have that analysis in the January 2025 report.
Thank you. Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible scenarios?
So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct?
Objection. The objection sustained.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Sustained.
Did you seek to clarify? Mr.
Oh my
Burgess's
gosh.
analysis?
Objection. Sustained.
Sustained.
Well, may we approach?
Sustained. 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 I mean, basically everything that he asks is he's got to word it.
You prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of your analysis.
Yes.
What was the reason and what was the purpose for your PowerPoint presentation?
I needed to include
Proof
in my
the
analysis
other one's wrong.
the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you would mind taking a look at that document, it's a multi-page document I just handed you, and just flip through it and let me know once you've familiarized yourself with it. What is that document?
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes.
And it's complete?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I would move for its admission, please.
I have no objection.
Okay.
May I have that back from you just a quick second?
208. Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to display the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Mr. Sobra, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is
welcome.
That is the title
welcome.
page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is the how would you describe the PowerPoint?
We've gone back to watch
So
Karen Read while
this
everybody's
PowerPoint
on lunch.
Is largely identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that data.
With the court's permission, can we go to slide 2?
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces the first, I guess, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with in Mr. Welcher's presentation that you disagree with? It's up on the...
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after. It means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
No, I'm going to allow it.
The phone interaction happens how many seconds after the text stream event?
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is what number?
1162-2.
And this slide, other than the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that we're looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dashed green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide. Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So
did you, I'm sorry, Mr. DeSogra, did you create this or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the time, the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162-2 ends at 12:31:43. And they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event. So I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording, yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12:31:38.
Correct.
Okay. Did you put a name on this gap?
I know, right?
This time frame.
Yes, I did.
Literally.
For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the phone.
The 12:32:09 lock.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please.
I'm so confused right now.
What does this slide show us?
So this here, what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, you have a lot of numbers to go through here. And so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before. So now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the math with 1,000 numbers.
So positive means what? One more time.
Positive, John's interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So what I'm saying here, I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks?
Why is why?
So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks. And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources. So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports,
yes,
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
What does that mean?
Did all of the information that's on this slide come from the same source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively.
Okay.
From Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 6, please. Tell me about this slide.
Yeah, so this is the first adjustment we're going to talk about and this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment. And we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key or could it be the push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and the 3 seconds later that you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where the 3 second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report?
That came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Ms. Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3 second delay? Or could that be different?
It could be different. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3 second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus, but without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know, we wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3. And then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing 1 and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7. What are we looking at here?
This is an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report. His page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3-second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from. And that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3-second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
I guess what I'm asking, it was an inartful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of this slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report?
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustained as to that question.
I'll rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report the reason that he did not apply the 3-second correction?
He did not.
When you do apply the
Basically
3-second
the same.
correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
I think my brain is melting.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained, ask you to.
Yeah.
What, in your opinion, would be the best practice in terms of this 3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please.
Oh.
Tell us what we're looking at in this slide.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning that. But we had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the aperture reports compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The aperture reports lay out 2 methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point term.
And where did you get that information from?
From the aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report on differentiating, the January report, which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
Apparently Burgess
in his initial January report,
Alabama guys just don't.
He never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as point 154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point you said was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those 2 times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that 3rd column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
So on this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. he doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but
What do you
actually.
mean sign conventions?
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference, whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a +5.
Okay.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
Way too much.
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. And the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read.
Lots of
But
math.
He puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it, and he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20. And when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes +6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in this slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations, all of them, without key switch, phone calls, and 0.154 on one table, and I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January of 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices regarding calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, if there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports there is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data, rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report January of 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, John's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
You've already indicated that you received a second report, May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13.
So who will the jury believe? Which expert?
Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there is a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and align based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support 1 point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Burgess in his report indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
In my opinion, they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Let's move to the next slide then. Is this a continuation of the
second half? So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my 2 tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the simultaneous, the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct?
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15. Now, this is the continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment because again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees. And one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous. And there are no negative values with this adjustment.
Can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary then of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the Aperture reports collectively, then we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the 0s, they're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
do you have an opinion as to which of these particular offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities, should be applied in this case?
No.
Why is that?
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And there is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the tech stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the tech stream event?
Okay. Sustained.
She sustained
Of the
every
30,
single one of their objections.
What's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the tech stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes.
Is that 10%?
That is 10%.
Yeah.
Sustained and it's stricken.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
If I told you hypothetically,
I'm going to see you sidebar for a second.
There you go. They are just like not having it. Not having it. Look, I'll tell you, this guy seems like he's very like he has no dog in this fight. He just came there to give his answers and go. He seems very analytical. Also, I don't think he's using Dapper Dan because all of his hair. Hold on, I got to fast forward through this because I forgot we're watching this on record.
Your analysis of the totality of the possible scenarios. Did you come to a conclusion?
Okay,
that
let me check. It's almost
the
time
vast
for
majority. Let me rephrase that. Did you come to any conclusion
Maxwell
about
Anderson to
the
come back.
numbers as they relate to the positive interactions versus the negative? And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used. John's phone interaction being in the positive side versus John's phone interaction being in the negative side.
Yes.
And what were those?
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 of the 30 were negative.
Okay, we can take that slide down. Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about?
Oh my gracious day. Okay, we're still not. Sorry.
The O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are 2 different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52.
Oh, sorry.
Everything in the Aperture report's referenced.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with.
Oh my gosh. We have to listen. That guy.
3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned. It would imply that the end
Of the 30, what's the percentage?
Oh, sorry. We already heard that.
possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 were of the 30 were negative.
Okay, we can take that slide down.
Maxwell Anderson's about to come back. So
Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that? What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control module.
The ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
There were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
Did the vehicle control history record whether there was any history of a collision on that car, ever?
No.
What does the vehicle control history record specifically?
It records a lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example, steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position, whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed, or the engine RPM, or the accelerations of it.
Does the TechStream data event indicate that there's a, and I'm talking about very specifically the TechStream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
No.
Does the TechStream data event mean that if you find a TechStream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
You reviewed the raw TechStream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many TechStream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
I object to the whole line.
And I need to see what's up.
oh my goodness gracious, stay alive. I object to the entire line of questioning.
Were clocked by any recorder on that car?
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
And last question, do any of the TechStream events or do any of the data that you've reviewed, either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time? Objection.
Ask it differently.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Jurors, we're going to take the morning recess. There's something that I need to do with the lawyers.
Good morning,
Maxwell
sir.
Anderson is not back yet.
Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Ms. Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Is that, I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022, or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You are not suggesting to this jury that Ms. Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that there's no data on the text stream to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision. That's
Text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right. Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data.
Correct.
Like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on text stream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30% in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you.
I'm allowing this.
I'm asking you, if someone accelerated Ms. Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers there's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on what percent of pressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Ms. Reed's would create a triggering event? You know.
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point, no.
There is something different than the text stream data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it? Objection.
I'll allow it.
Of course you
That
would.
would be abnormal to register that data in the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the case.
You're saying it would meet that?
Would not.
Would not. Okay. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit, and I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Because previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right? And the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports reference.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before?
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle, captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Do you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No.
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
No one does.
Okay. I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case, if I could.
Oh, you're trying to be an Alessi. You're no Alessi.
You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month, correct.
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction, it was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
And when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus as part of your specialty on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders?
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it. But oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
there is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training
Okay.
on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written?
He's trying to do a gotcha, but we are back with Maxwell Anderson. So
Sharpened ends. I saw them passing ones this morning.
we are back. All right, I'm still waiting for this big, evidence dropper. I know we have seen the car travel all over the place, the foggy windowed car. They have found a lot of her in pieces everywhere, in some really, really terrible areas. It's just gross. And this was a long, long, long night. If he did this took all night long into the morning, and I mean, this was a lot of work.
Going on the record, calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24 CF1692, same appearances.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch. We still have Detective Thaddeus Schimmels on the stand. We are still on direct examination. I have a new court reporter, so we're going to re-swear him at this point.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
My name is Thaddeus Schimmels, Thaddeus, last name Schimmels, Schimmels.
Welcome back, Detective. When we left off this morning, we had finished with a video from the 3200 block of West Valete, as well as a video from the 3300 block north of McKinley. Is that right?
West McKinley, yes, sir.
It was McKinley. Okay. And lastly, I got one more video to play with you. Did you obtain video from a gas station at 3308 West Valete Street that depicted Miss Robinson's Honda Civic?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury where that gas station is on the map?
Certainly.
For the record, I have Exhibit 225 up on the screen.
West Valete Street is here, and 33rd Street would be just kind of going through the JJ Fish and Chicken, the eye of the fish. It would be located on the northwest corner of 33rd and Valete.
The footage we're about to watch, we see some of these same movements in one of the previous vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which video?
The video from to the east of the location from the 3220 West Valete Street, the care center.
I have coming up on the screen here Exhibit 203. Is this the gas station video you recovered from 3308 West Valete Street?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry. This is 201. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong case.
We're back to
Okay.
Maxwell Anderson.
I'd move 201 in.
Any objection?
No.
201's received.
The video is date and time stamped, correct?
It is.
What is the date and time stamp?
The date and time stamp currently on the monitor is the year 2024, 0402, which would be April 2nd. The time is 3:57 and 08 seconds.
What can you tell us about the accuracy of that timestamp?
The timestamp is 1 hour and 1 minute slow from the actual time.
So what would be the real time where we have it here?
It would be at 4:58 a.m.
And what are we gonna see?
What we're gonna see in this video is the camera view. It's showing the front of the gas station, the pumps. And right behind that, you can see going from the upper left to the right side of the screen would be West Valete. And then North 33rd Street would be going from the left side of the screen to the upper right.
Okay. Is the car gonna drive by like we saw on the other camera?
That's correct. It'll be traveling westbound, going from left to right on Valete Street in a moment.
Playing at that time. Is that the car?
Yes, it is.
Paused at 4:50, it would be 3:57:17 on the screen. So that would be at 4:58 a.m.
Correct.
I'm gonna advance the video to 4:13. Back. Queued up to 4:13:06. Playing from there. You see the Honda?
Yes, I do.
And it's doing what? I paused it at 4:13:40.
At this time, it was traveling eastbound on West Valete Street and making a right-hand turn to travel southbound on North 33rd Street.
The real time of this would be what?
This would be 5:14 a.m.
Advancing the video to 4:15:31, but really that would be roughly 5:16, right?
Correct.
Playing from there. Is that the Honda again coming west?
Yes.
This is so odd. All this riding around. Like, is he
And lastly,
dumping while he's doing all this riding around, or is he just riding around?
picking up at 4:18:46 on the video screen. This would be 5:19, right?
Correct.
Playing from there. What does it do?
The Miss Robinson's Honda was again traveling westbound on West Valete and now made a left-hand turn to travel southbound on North 33rd Street.
Paused it at 4:19:06, which would be 5:20 a.m. Detective, is that the last time Miss Robinson's Honda is on video up until 6:50 a.m.?
From my knowledge, yes.
I have nothing else.
So, oh, okay. So that's
No.
that's like was that 3 something in the morning and then 6:50? So that was a big gap.
Detective Rachel
time. Huh. What was on 33rd Street? What was in that direction? So she left his house at 12:30. Is that the first time her car was seen? Was it 3 something? So what was happening from 12:30 to 3 something? And where was it happening?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Take a place, be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It's Rachel. Rachel, Rachel, Smith, Smith.
You a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
I am.
How long
Another
have you
detective.
Worked for the Milwaukee Police Department.
I've been with the department for just over 8 years.
Did you assist in the investigation of the disappearance of Sade Robinson in early April of 2024?
I did, yes.
Was part of your assistance trying to recover video from various locations?
Yes.
Did you go, or excuse me, did you help with looking around the area of where Miss Robinson's car was burned? Video?
No, I did not go in that area specifically. The video that I recovered from that area was received via email.
And where was that video from?
It was from a fellow police officer's house. She lives at the area, at the address of 3123/3125 West Walnut.
Can you tell us, for the record, that officer's name?
Yes, it is Police Officer Shalonda, Shelondia, Tarver, Tarver.
Can you point out on the map I have on the screen, which is Exhibit 190, where the house would be?
Sure.
Okay, and for the record, the witness is pointing to a house about 2 houses in from North 32nd Street at Walnut. Were you aware that through your department's investigation and the sheriff's office investigation that there had been video of a subject walking away from the area where her car was burned?
Yes.
Is that why this location on Walnut was of interest to you?
Yes.
What were you aware of that made that of interest specifically?
Sure, I was aware that the person left the area where the vehicle was burned on Lisbon and traveled in that direction on foot.
Consistent with where this Sharpie line is kind of drawn there?
That is correct.
All right, so that individual, I'm going to put up exhibits 447 here, which has already been admitted, as well as 448. Are you familiar with these images?
I am, yes.
What do they show?
Sure, they depict a subject walking. They're wearing all dark clothing with a tan backpack and shoes that have like a white pattern on the bottom.
Did you get video, and that subject would be walking in this area here, right?
Yes,
Okay, and he's heading west?
that is correct.
Do you pick up on the video from Officer Tarver's house, that subject continuing to head west?
Yes,
So, are any stops made, or that subject just continues walking west?
just continues walking west.
Okay. I've got exhibit 197 in my computer here. Can you tell us about what these clips are in terms of the video quality and how you received them?
Sure, so unfortunately, Officer Tarver was having difficulty downloading the clips directly from the system. So what she did to not lose the video, she took a screen recording with her cell phone. She recorded it and then sent that to me via email.
So they're pretty grainy?
That is correct.
Okay.
So it's video of a video. Okay. So
I've got exhibit 197 on the screen. It's very small. I'm going to zoom in a moment, but just try to help us get oriented here. There's 3 clips, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Summarize this for us.
Sure, this is from channel 4, which is a camera that's on the exterior of the residence, and it is facing in a northeast direction and it's capturing Walnut. And then in the distance, you can see North 31st Street.
How much is the date and time stamp off?
The date and timestamp is approximately 1 hour and 5 minutes slow.
So on the screen now, it says April 2nd, 2024, 6:26:11 a.m. What's
That-
the real time?
The real time would be 7:31 a.m.
I'm gonna use the Zoom feature to not get the other parts of the screen recording and just the video here. And then I will play it. I'm gonna play it one time in normal speed and then one time in sped up. Playing it at 2:07. The clip is 3 minutes, 57 seconds long. And just before I get going, since I advanced it, we're up, the timestamp here now reads 6:28:20 a.m. So that would be what?
7:33 approximately.
Playing at 2:08. And if you could, detective, stand up and just tell us where he's going to be coming, where the person is going to be coming from.
Sure. So they're going to be coming from in the distance here, and then you're going to see them travel on this, the north sidewalk in a west direction.
Thank you. You see him?
Yes.
That is very, very bad video.
And then he's off the screen by 3:53.
That is correct.
Okay, just one more time and fast forward.
That's a really bad video. I will say the other video though, where he's walking by by that bridge area, that side profile, you can kind of see like a beard. I would have been pointing that out because he did have a beard then. I don't know why the shoes are significant unless they found a pair of shoes
The next clip is going to be from what angle then?
in his house.
It's going to be from channel 3, which is going to be essentially a directly north angle, and it's going to be capturing just West Walnut Street.
He's wearing those shoes when he got arrested or something. I'm
Judge,
just
I don't know if I moved
curious.
this in, but I would now.
Any objection?
No.
Tell me the number one more time.
197.
And this is actually channel 2.
Okay. I'll go to the one that you had mentioned. So this is just looking direct in front of the house then?
That is correct.
Okay. Playing this one from 50 seconds.
Okay.
Are you able to tell anything about the description of this person based on this video?
Sure. As you can see that their person is wearing dark clothing, and then you can start to tell that the backpack itself is a different shade of color. It's not as dark as the clothing.
last clip. Gonna play it from 1 minute, 15 seconds. Where are we looking here?
So this is channel 2, and this one is going to be pointing in a northwest direction, and this is capturing West Walnut Street and North 32nd Street.
Does it appear the subject go anywhere when he gets to the intersection with 37th Street or 32nd Street?
Sure, it appears initially that the subject begins traveling north, but then you do, just at the very top of the screen, see that the feet continue across North 32nd Street.
Playing at 1:15. I paused it at 1:25. Are you kind of able to tell the color of the backpack here?
Yes, in this view, you're able to see that the backpack is tan in color.
Can you get up and point that out, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Get up. Point it out.
Okay. I'm going to back it up and then let it play. And now he's at the corner?
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you able to see the feet there?
That is correct.
All right. I'm going to play that clip again because I would like you to stand up and point that out since it's very faint to see.
Sure.
Backing it up.
Oh,
sorry.
Just
know
went
what-
away. Went bye-bye.
We'll wait till it gets back. All right, I paused it. And just before I continue playing it, what's the timestamp in real time? Okay. Now, if you could, Detective, point out what you're talking about with him crossing the street, and if you can pull that mic to you, that would be helpful. Not that one. Actually, there's one right here. Okay, I'm going to play it at this point.
And so here you see the person walking, and then they appear to travel in a north direction. Then you're going to see a car travel through the intersection.
I see it. I
And
barely
as
see
that car's
his little
traveling, you
legs.
Pick up the person walking again and crossing the street, and then they go out of camera view.
Thank you, Detective. That street they're crossing is what street?
That's North 32nd.
So like one of my other fellow YouTubers pointed out, this is then in the same place that Taylor Shabusiness did the same thing. But she
So
was
they're crossing
very, very
North
messy.
32nd Street. Which direction?
West.
Would that be towards North 35th Street?
That is correct, yes.
Nothing else?
Cross?
So this person is somewhat near the 31st and Galena playground, right?
At the beginning, correct, yes.
And the person is just walking leisurely,
Correct,
not running,
correct.
not looking over their shoulder and glancing around and making suspicious movements.
That is correct.
Just appears to be on a stroll.
That is correct.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else?
So they're just hanging out.
Thank you, Detective. State, your next witness?
The state's next witness is Detective Scott Schmitz.
So it is kind of strange that whoever was driving the car was driving around in circles, back and forth, U-turning, all of this stuff. And this person who was with the backpack is just walking around, like not going around in circles or anything, just kind of looking like they know where they're going. So This is such an odd.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole
You
truth?
can't make sense of people who do stuff like this, though. I mean,
State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Schmitz, S-C-H-M-I-T-Z.
You a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
I am
How long have you been with the department?
with the police department over 24 years.
Okay. Did you assist in attempting to recover video near the area of where Sade Robinson's car was burned on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, specifically the area of 35th and Lisbon,
Why the area of 35th and Lisbon?
because we had received information that Maxwell Anderson had boarded a bus in the area.
oh, okay, here we go.
You are aware that other videos were recovered in the area showing a subject walking around that area
Yes,
from where Miss Robinson's car was burned.
yes.
And I'm going to put up again, this is 448. This is something that you've seen before.
Yes,
See, you can kind of see a beard.
Find video to see if you can pick up this individual walking anywhere else.
yes, we were.
And based on that clothing description, were you able to find video depicting that person?
Yes, we found video from a corner store on the corner of 35th and Lisbon called the Key Spot.
This is what I've been waiting on.
Exhibit 225 is on the screen right now. All right. So, were you familiar with the location where Miss Robinson's car was burned? You know where that was?
I believe it was a little bit south of 35th and Galena. I don't know the exact location though.
And, all right, so right here, we're looking at, this is Lisbon in the middle, right?
Yes,
Okay. The video you recovered is found where?
would you like me to stand up and show you?
Yes, I have a microphone for you.
So the corner store where we found video, this is Lisbon, and this is 35th Street. So it would have been on this corner, so the northeast corner of 35th and Lisbon,
Can you point to the corner of 30th and Lisbon?
30th and Lisbon.
Okay, so 5 blocks away from the corner of 30th and Lisbon is where you got this video from.
That's correct.
All right, you can have a seat, Detective, thank you. The video you recovered, did it depict what appeared to be the same person as in those screenshots I showed you?
Yes.
There were multiple clips?
Yes, we retrieved a total of 4.
Okay. Who'd you retrieve that video from?
The owner of the corner store, his name was Dominic Key. He wasn't present, but he forwarded us the clips from his phone.
I'm going to bring up the first clip. Sorry. This is Exhibit 198. Let me get off the Zoom. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is one of the clips that shows 35th and Lisbon going northwest.
This is a video from Key Spot.
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 198 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
The traffic light that's up here on the right side, what is that?
That would be the intersection of 35th and Brown, I believe.
And this stoplight that's in the lower left foreground of the video, this is the intersection of 35th and Lisbon stoplight, right?
Yes.
What, in sum, Detective, what are we looking for on this clip?
On the very top, where you see the red brick building, that's a school. And you're gonna be seeing near that school walking towards us, a male on the left side of the screen,
Okay,
walking south.
show it.
I'm gonna play,
Kurzan, is this a CD or is this a flash drive?
this
What
is a CD.
Thank you.
Playing this clip, it's 26 seconds long. If you could, detective, stand up and point out what you're seeing.
There's a subject walking right here, walking towards the
All right.
What?
Next clip. That first clip was titled Key Spot Channel 4, and it ends in 250. And the next clip is titled Key Spot Channel 4, and it ends in 621.
Yeah, the shoes I'm interested in. Now I want to go back and look at his arrest video and see if he had those shoes on.
Pause it at 20 seconds.
I'm
Do you see that
curious.
same subject?
But you would think there would be
Did this clip
DNA
just
on those
pick up where
shoes.
the last one left off?
It did.
Okay. And the date and timestamp, is that accurate?
On these two, they are. In the other two, they're off by like an hour and 2 minutes.
Okay, but this one's accurate. So this one is 8:07 a.m.?
Yes.
That backpack is still full.
The next clip I'm gonna play is titled, it starts with RP replay and it ends in the numbers 497. Before I play that, this is a different camera altogether, right?
It is, and this view is gonna be, I believe, an hour and 2 minutes behind. So on this, it'll say 7:05.
And what's then the real time?
8:06.
And so this picks up where the last camera left off?
Yes,
And do you see that same subject on this clip from the beginning here?
he's right here.
You're pointing to the upper right side of the screen?
Yes, I'm sorry, right.
Okay.
In the upper right-hand corner.
I'm gonna play this clip. It's 54 seconds long.
I mean, that backpack is full.
Paused at 6 seconds. I'm gonna zoom in. If I can.
Oh, go back, go back, go back. And still shot it. Go back.
All right. Are you able to describe what you see that subject wearing?
He's wearing all black and has like a tan colored backpack.
Go back.
See right here where I'm circling with my mouse?
Yes,
Go back.
And what does he do? What are we gonna see next?
in the next clip, you're gonna see him standing at the bus stop until the bus comes.
Who's that person? Zoom in. Yeah. Oi.
Last clip. It's titled RP Replay, ends in the numbers 9424. That Adrian Wojnarowski notification was on the video that was sent to you, right?
Yes, it's from whatever, the owner's cell phone.
I
The
mean,
zooming in that's happening, that was also from the owner's phone, correct?
Yes.
that backpack still looks pretty full. I mean, it's the white dude. It's for sure a white dude. Ooh. Okay.
What just happened?
He made a move towards getting on the bus.
A Milwaukee County Transit bus?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Cross?
Okay, so the video footage we were watching was from the key spot, right?
That's correct.
The neighborhood store on 35th Street in Lisbon.
Yes.
And you spoke with somebody named Dominic Key, who just cooperated fully with law enforcement, just turned over videos, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the videos that we watched show a person walking to a bus stop.
Correct.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else?
Thank you. State your next witness.
Huh?
Detective
yeah.
Michael Brownrider, the state will recall.
Taylor's was a hot mess. That's show business. Show business. Okay, now show the bus video because I got to see this. This all got to come together. Come on. Here's
Detective Brownrider. We
the
have a new,
40th detective
court reporter, so we're going to re-swear you.
for this case
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you
that
give in
watched
this matter will be the
another
truth, the
piece
whole
of
truth, and
video.
nothing but the truth, so help you God? If you could please
I don't know how many
state
detectives you
your
got to have
name for the record.
to watch
First name
video.
Michael, Michael, last name Brownrider.
Is this the same detective?
Aunreiter.
That's already been up there?
Detective, you previously testified about some videos in the area of 30th and Lisbon up to 30th and North Avenue, right?
Yes,
And you also collected a video from the area of North 27th Street.
correct.
Okay, why don't you tell us about the video you collected, why you went there, and what you found?
So I collected video from a Milwaukee Police Department pole camera, which is located at the intersection of 27th and Wells. We were trying to backtrack Ms. Robinson's vehicle as to how it got into the area. So based off of MCSO's records, we knew that it had come from the area of Howard and 794, and then getting on a off-ramp would be either 27th Street, 35th Street, 16th Street, the viaducts there. So 27th and Wells is our nearest pole camera that I could obtain.
Okay, now.
All right. What time what time frame were you looking for and why?
I was looking for any time after 4:40 in the morning.
Specifically, why 4:40?
That was the MCSO, so the Milwaukee County Sheriff's had the last location of Ms. Robinson's vehicle in the area of Howard and 794 at 4:40 in the morning.
What is a pole cam? What is a city of Milwaukee pole cam?
It's a fixed camera, generally on the side of a building or on a pole.
And why does the city have these?
Monitors traffic.
To watch you.
Some will
all
be affixed
the
with
time.
license plate readers. So
Mhm.
they'll capture pictures of license plates as they go through intersections. Some are just in high crime areas where they monitor areas of high crime.
And do you use them sometimes in some of your homicide investigations?
I would say almost every single one.
Are they typically put in busier intersections,
Yes,
main thoroughfares?
yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, I have exhibit 225 up on the screen here, where this pole camera was?
Yes, can I step down?
Please, actually,
There's a microphone. Oh, sorry, Judge.
I was just gonna say the same thing. Take that microphone and just turn it on, please.
Okay, 27th and Wells is this, it's actually marked here with Daddy's Soul Food and Grill. Specifically, the pole camera was on the southwest corner of 27th and Wells. So right here where I'm pointing.
So you were basically trying to check any possible route you could check for how the car would have gotten from, what was the area you said originally?
MCSO last had her vehicle or her phone records in the area of Howard and 794.
Near St. Francis?
Yes,
And so you're trying to find a route that would take from St. Francis to the area where her car was burned. Is that a fair statement?
correct.
What freeway exit would one maybe use?
The one that we had spoke of before, which exits at like 25 in Clybourne, 26 in Clybourne. You would come up, closest would be Wisconsin Avenue, then you would take a left turn, and then the first major thoroughfare north and south is 27th Street. The blue right here that turns gray.
26th Street and 25th Street are not busy streets?
No,
Okay. Did you in fact find video showing that?
yes, I did.
And I'm gonna pull up exhibit 196 here.
Oh, I thought they were going to go to the bus video. I need to see him on the bus.
You can have a seat with the microphone, thank you. All right, I'm gonna bring up first the video file that is labeled as camera 1. What are we looking at, Detective?
So this is 27th and Wells. It's facing southbound. So in the top right corner of your screen here is actually going to be the intersection of 27th and Wisconsin. And then across the street, so on the other side of the screen is that Daddy's Soul Foods that I had spoke of. And on the left corner of the screen is pretty much the intersection of 27th and Wells.
I'm gonna bring this video, I'm gonna move 196 in first of all.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I'm gonna advance this clip to 4 minutes, 40 seconds, which would correspond to what time, Detective? There's no stamp on the video, but what time are we looking at here?
The video should have started at about 4:45 in the morning. If you look at the label or the name of the file, it says 4:44 and 59 seconds. So it would be roughly 4:50 in the morning.
Have you yourself driven the route from KK and Howard to this intersection?
Yes, I have.
Taking the interstate and the highway?
Yes, I did.
Taking the 25th and Clybourne exit?
Yes,
And approximately how long did it take you?
10 minutes.
I'm going to play clip 1 from 4 minutes, 40 seconds, which would be 4:40 a.m. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Ooh, the weather was bad. That looks terrible.
What do we see?
That would be Miss Robinson's vehicle.
I paused it at 5:05. Did I misspeak on the
See
time?
nothing.
You did. The video started at 4:50 in the morning there, sir. So the vehicle had turned off of Wisconsin Avenue and then turned northbound on 35th Street.
And if I'm zooming in on the vehicle here, what can you tell about the vehicle? What do you see?
The windows are foggy and it appears that there's some sort of blanket or covering over the rear driver's side window there.
Playing at 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Are the wipers going?
Yes.
Huh.
paused it at 5 minutes, 26 seconds, and the car just drove off screen, correct?
Correct.
what-
Continued northbound on 27th Street there.
So what time would that have been when it drove off?
It should be about 4:51, 4:50 and a couple of seconds there.
Between 4:50 and 4:51 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the next clip. This is labeled camera 2. I'm going to advance it to 5 minutes. All right, so I have it up to the 5-minute mark. So based on that, what time would this video be, when I press play, what time are we gonna be playing from in real time?
It should be 4:50.
Playing at 5 minutes. I paused it. The TV has gone out. All right, it's back. It's paused at 5:06. I'm gonna zoom in. On this angle, detective, did you try to ascertain any information about who the driver of the vehicle might be?
I did.
What did you see?
You can see that the driver is wearing dark clothing. Appears to be a lighter skin tone, most likely a white male or female.
Really?
All right, and if you could step down with that microphone, I'm gonna have you point out exactly what you see as it plays. So the car, we know from the last clip,
Oh.
stops at this intersection for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
Playing at
Oh.
5:06.
Ooh.
So while it plays, you're going to see the left hand of the individual driving that's going to move around inside of the vehicle. You're going to also see a shadow of the face.
Ooh.
Again, you're not able to make out an identity, but you're able to see that it's a lighter skinned individual.
And that TV went out, so I'm gonna back it up and do it again.
Yeah.
Playing at 5:06.
You can see the
Hi.
face there as it moved, and then the left hand in the corner of the window there.
Okay,
Mm.
backing up to 5:09 and playing again.
Oh.
That was paused at 5:19.
As well as, I don't think I mentioned before, but you can see here that this doesn't appear to be the fog or the moisture on the windshield. You can see how that color is, whereas the difference in the rear driver's side window here looks to be like some sort of blanket or some sort of covering the window.
So your testimony is that the windshield appears to be what?
Foggy, like there's dew. If I'm not mistaken, it was raining that day. So it looks like there was fog covering the windshield. You can see that this blanket actually comes into the driver's side window, which makes me believe that it's some sort of covering past the B pillar here into the driver's compartment.
Oh.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I got the TV back, so I'm gonna play it at 5:08. And if you can point out what you notice about the driver when you see it.
So it's going to be right there. When you pause it, it's a little bit blurry, but it appears that the driver kind of tilts his head or their head to the left, which you can see a skin tone there that appears to be a lighter skin tone.
Mm.
And then that was the hand that had just moved as well.
Off the camera. All right. I'm gonna do it one more time. flowing northbound on 27th?
Correct.
Last clip, this is labeled camera 3. I'm gonna bring this up from 20 minutes, 20
I know.
seconds. This one's timed a little differently, Detective, correct?
Well, now it's starting to
Can
come
you,
together.
Tell us how, as I
This clip
bring this
starts
up.
at 4:29.
I think the
and 59
car
seconds.
was
So
probably
4:29 a.m.
the crime scene.
And then, so if we advance it 20 minutes from there, that's roughly,
4:50 in the morning.
okay.
I just don't know where all the there had to be a lot of DNA though. But I mean, again, business. She didn't have a whole lot on her, which is really odd because I mean, my God, after what she did, it was a hot mess.
Traveling northbound from this intersection, would that get you to Vliet Street?
Yes, it would.
Ugh.
All right, Detective, I have exhibit 225 that's going to be on the Elmo.
Hello.
Throughout your involvement in this investigation, did you familiarize yourself with the exact locations and directions and times where, specifically times, where the Honda Civic is seen driving, where that subject, exhibit 448 on the screen, is seen walking?
Yes.
I have exhibit 225 here. If you could, I would like you to draw on this exhibit with this pen and take the jury through the summary of what those videos show. May the witness step down?
Please.
Why don't you use this red pen here? I'm going to put the microphone in front of you. Make sure that it's on the TV.
Oh, sorry. So as I had just testified, the vehicle is northbound at 4:50 in the morning on 27th from Wells Street here. Then it is captured on video. It would be westbound on Vliet Street here. And then it circles around, and the first time it's captured right here off of 34th and McKinley in a back alleyway off of a Ring camera. The vehicle then appears to kind of circle in this area off of Vliet Street between 35th and it would be about 28th. The vehicle then is last seen at 5:19 a.m. It is coming northbound and then it makes a westbound turn on Vliet. And after that, from 5:20 to when I testified earlier today, we do not have the vehicle on camera. We then capture it, as I testified earlier, northbound on 30th Street from Walnut passing Lisbon Avenue.
I'm going to stop you there. So, move the map for you. 5:19 is when you last catch the vehicle passing 32nd and Vliet here. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And then about 5:20, it disappears from camera until when?
Until it should be 6:50 in the morning.
Okay. And where does it pick back up on camera at 6:50 in the morning?
Traveling northbound on 30th Street, approaching Lisbon Avenue.
And how close is that location to where the body parts were found?
A block and a half.
Okay, so it reappears on camera a block to a block and a half from where the body parts were found.
Yes, if you'd like me to mark where the park is on the camera. So the park is right here. This is 30th Street northbound, where I had testified that we capture it traveling northbound. and then it circles in this neighborhood here off of Brown Street and 30th.
Do you have a Sharpie to write it on darker? It's really hard to see.
Sure, I'll give him a marker.
We have one right here behind you, Detective Brownrider.
Northbound on 27?
Correct.
Then?
Westbound on Valete. It's captured in this alleyway here off of a ring camera at 459. It's then circling, or appears to be circling, the area off of Valete Street here. The last time that we captured on video is 519. It's westbound on Valete towards 35th Street, where it's out of camera until,
Can you write 519 next to that arrow?
yes, ma'am.
Go on.
Where it's then captured northbound on 30th from Lisbon to North Avenue here.
Be right back.
As I circled here, this is the park where the human remains were located.
What time does it reappear?
6:50 a.m.
Can you write that?
And then draw a line off that circle and write park.
Then what?
It's captured traveling kind of in a circle around here off of 30th and Brown. And then it pulls into the alleyway, the location of the fire. I will put an arrow here. That's at about 7:23 a.m. Where then we see shortly after MFD approaching.
Okay, around a little after 7:30.
Correct.
Then, I don't know if we have a different color. You want to use blue?
Use the highlighter here,
Use
sir.
the highlighter. Let's talk about the subject walking after the fire at 7:30. Why don't you, can you draw on the map where that subject is traveling to?
Yes, that subject is seen traveling southbound on 30th from Lisbon. That pops up, okay. And then that subject then travels westbound on Walnut Street and then northbound on 32nd Street, or appears to turn northbound on 32nd Street, where we then do not have any other video. That subject then is picked up again, coming southbound on 35th Street from Brown and coming to the intersection of 35th and Lisbon Avenue.
Can you circle the 35th and Lisbon Avenue intersection in pink, please? And what time is that subject walking southbound from Brown towards the intersection of 35th and Lisbon?
If I'm not mistaken, it's approximately 8:06 a.m.
And is that the time that the person gets on the bus?
I believe that individual gets on a bus at around 8:11.
He waits at that stop and then gets on the bus.
Correct.
Okay.
Bus video.
You can have a seat. Thank you. So to be clear, detective, after disappearing from camera at about 5:19 a.m., the car is off camera until 6:50 a.m.
Correct.
At which point it is picked up just next to the 31st and Galena playground by the video you recovered.
Yes, it's traveling northbound on 30th from Walnut, which is within a block of the park.
Is it coming from the direction of the park?
Yes.
And one last topic, detective. The area of that playground was canvassed for video, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Were there any videos able to be recovered that depicted any part of that playground?
No.
Nothing else?
Cross.
Oh,
Yes. Good afternoon, Detective. I want to talk about the video that the state had played of the Honda Civic, and then you described that the person inside the car, you said is lighter skin tone, correct?
Correct.
And you got to admit that the conditions at this time it's pretty rainy at that point, right?
Correct, it is.
I mean, if you could see in the video that it looks like some of the lights that are reflecting from like the street lights are kind of bouncing off the car, right?
Yes,
And that window of the Honda is rolled closed, correct?
it appears to be closed, yes.
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, but best guess is that it's probably rolled closed, correct?
Yes, it appears to be closed.
And in that video, are you able to determine the hair color of the individual driving?
No,
Are you able to determine the hair length?
no,
Whether the individual is wearing a hat
no,
or a beanie or some sort of, something on their head?
no.
Are you able to determine, you said that it appears that he's wearing dark clothing, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what color? Black, gray, brown?
I would say dark clothing. By looking at the video, I believe it's black.
Okay. And are you able to tell if it's a shirt, a jacket, sweater?
No, you cannot. You can just tell that really all that was visible, like I had testified earlier, was the hand. So based off of that, I would surmise that it would be a long sleeve of some sort. But no, you cannot.
Well, I mean, it could, can you tell if the individual is wearing gloves? Because that could explain why it's lighter.
No, you cannot see if they're a light colored glove.
Okay, and you weren't able to determine the height of the individual driving that car, correct?
The height of the
Yeah.
driver? No,
Or the weight?
no,
And did you observe any distinct tattoos?
no, I did not.
And when do you recall when you reviewed this video, or when you had obtained it and actually reviewed it for yourself?
I believe my report says April 10th.
Okay, and had Mr. Anderson been arrested before that time?
I can't recall.
Are you aware whether you knew what Mr. Anderson looked like before you had reviewed that video?
Yes, I was.
Okay, nothing further.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
Detective Ryan Bergman.
Another detective. Here we go. What video did he look at?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Bergman, B-E-R-G-E.
See, it's good though to go into it blind, because then, things come together.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
Yes,
How long have you worked for the department?
since April of 2003.
Taking notes like a juror. Things
Through
are
your work as a detective, do you
writing
oftentimes
times down.
find it useful to recover video
That
from
Lizzie
Milwaukee
Borden.
County Transit System buses?
That's
Yes.
In fact, so much that they've actually given your department access to their camera system. Is that a fair statement?
Correct. I believe there's 6 of us that have access to that.
And were you a participant in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson in the form of
Did
trying to see if
every
any Milwaukee
single
County Transit
detective
bus
that
video
works
could
in
assist?
Milwaukee work on this
Did you recover videos from the Milwaukee County Transit System?
I did.
and
Did they
not a
show
drop of
anything of note?
DNA?
They did.
There were 2 buses in particular that you recovered video from, is that right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what 2 bus routes those were?
Sure. The first bus
Yeah.
video that I would have recovered was from bus Route 57. And that would have been the bus that traveled at the time westbound on West Lisbon Avenue. And then the second bus that I would have recovered would have been the 35 route bus, and that would have been the bus that traveled southbound on North 35th Street.
I have exhibit 225 on the screen here. The bus that travels down Lisbon, that's what you were talking about?
Correct. It's actually they call it the Walnut/Appleton route bus, but it travels down Lisbon.
Because Lisbon turns into Walnut somewhere around 24th, right?
Correct.
I'm gonna bring up exhibit 203 on the screen. Can you see that, Detective?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
So this is, there's 4 cameras that I captured off of this bus. This is the bus that was traveling westbound on West Lisbon Avenue. It is currently at the intersection of Lisbon and North 27th Street, going
Facing-
westbound.
Going westbound,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And really small at the bottom here is what?
So that would be the date, time and date stamp. It says 4/2 of 2024, and it's marked at 7:29 and 24 seconds, so 7 in the morning, 7:29 in the morning.
You're aware that her vehicle was set on fire somewhere around 7:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Why don't you summarize what exactly we're gonna see here?
Sure. The bus is going to continue going westbound along West Lisbon Avenue here. And as we approach 29th Street, North 29th Street, you'll see a blue building. And then along the north side sidewalk, you'll see 2 females walking westbound. And then as it keeps on going westbound, you'll see an individual coming out of the yards between, it would be the 2900 block of West Lisbon. And then you will see a vehicle, Ms. Robinson's vehicle in the background, and you will see a flame that starts in the passenger compartment of that vehicle.
And what you just summarized is captured on not just this camera video angle, but a summary of what the cameras from this bus.
This isn't
Correct.
him on the bus.
I'm gonna play this. It is queued up to April 2nd, 2024 at 7:29:24.
I mean, he's just so calm. I mean, well, I don't know what he's supposed to do, like run around the courtroom and act like an idiot or something, but
All right, we're heading west.
Yes, and then the blue building on the right side of the screen is the blue building I referred to. Those will be the 2 females walking along the sidewalk westbound. And then shortly you'll see a male subject approach out of those yards between the white building and the blue building. Right there.
I paused it at 7:30 and 02, and if you look off to the right side of the screen, what can you see here?
That is Miss Robinson's vehicle, and the fire appears to be just starting inside the passenger compartment of that vehicle.
This is the subject here that I'm circling with my mouse that you were referencing walking out?
Yes.
Is there a microphone up by you, a handheld one?
Yes.
Are you able to go by the TV screen and point out what you're seeing as we're playing through this?
Sure. I can turn this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna back it up here to 7:29:55.
So the 2 females are walking westbound along the sidewalk, one with a black and white umbrella, the other one with a blue jacket with the number 23 on it. And then to the right side of the screen is Miss Robinson's vehicle. You can see the fire is starting in the passenger compartment of that vehicle. And then in front of the 2 females, there's a subject, a male subject wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and a large camouflage backpack.
At some point in maybe this clip or other clips from the same exact bus, are you able to tell any demographics about that individual with the backpack?
Yes, it would be outside the curb side view of this bus video.
Okay, I'm gonna keep playing the video. Pause there. Are you able to tell anything about his shoes there?
Yes, you can tell that it has a white bottom sole, and then there's a darker top part of the shoe. and then also dark pants.
Okay, the shoes are important.
I'm gonna move over to the curbside. All right, so I'm on the curbside view now.
Yes,
This is the woman with the umbrella up here.
correct.
The woman with the LeBron James jacket is behind this tree.
Yes.
Okay, playing from there. 7:30:06. Do you see the subject with the backpack?
Yes, so you can see the backpack a little more clear here. It's going to be a tan camouflage backpack. And then you can also see that the tops of his shoes are also that almost similar tan color.
And as I advance the video, the bus has now passed what, 30th Street?
Correct.
And what do you see in the upper left?
That would be the car, Miss Robinson's vehicle becoming more engulfed in flames.
Okay.
Thank you, Detective. No further questions.
I'm gonna go back again to 7:30.
Call the 50th detective for the day.
02.
I just
And
can't.
play from there, frame by frame.
Did you want me to narrate it again, or?
Yes, please.
So the LeBron James jacket is continuing to walk westbound. She appears to look to her right, which would be north. And then the male subject comes out of that lot and stands next to the bus. And then as the bus passes, he crosses the street, which would be southbound across Lisbon.
Sorry about that. Go frame by frame forward. This is on the curbside view.
Yes, and you can see the female with the 23 jacket is looking towards the car fire. The subject with the umbrella continues to walk westbound. I believe she stops as she sees the fire also. And that would be the male subject with the tan backpack. Appears he's waiting for the bus to pass him so he can cross the street.
That was a pretty good picture. I mean,
And then we see the car engulfed in, or starting to be engulfed in flames on the left side of the screen.
If I go to the other side of the bus, what can you see?
So on this would be called the street side camera. And we see that same individual now behind the bus, and he's crossing southbound across Lisbon Avenue to the south side of the street. And that would be 30th Street is that intersection right there, North 30th and Lisbon.
Stop the video at 7:30:23. Let's talk about the 35th Street bus.
Yes.
we're finally going to see the other bus.
Where does that bus travel to and from, if you know?
It's all along North 35th Street. The video that I had got, it was just north of 35th and Lisbon. And then on the video I got from 8:11 a.m. all the way to 8:36 a.m. for that date. So it travels all the way to the south side of Milwaukee, south of Oklahoma, probably even to Howard. It just continues on 35th Street.
Is 35th Street one of the main, I guess, roads that connects the north side to the south side?
Yes.
There's a viaduct that goes over the Miller Valley?
Yes.
Okay, what are the other ones?
We would have 27th Street would be one. 16th Street travels pretty far, but 27th, 35th, and then you would also have 43rd, which would be Miller Parkway, Sherman Boulevard. Those would probably be your main ones.
Are you aware of what Mr. Anderson's listed residence was?
Yes,
Where was that?
I believe it was a 3100 block of South 39th.
Okay, how far away would that be from where one could get off of the bus that travels on 35th Street?
So the two options to get off on around that address would be on 35th in Oklahoma and then 35th in Ohio, which is, I believe, the 3300 block.
A logical bus route to take if you were on 35th in Lisbon and you wanted to get to the 3100 block of South 39th Street, what bus would you take?
The 35th Street bus.
Okay. I have the next bus video queued up. This is the 35th Street bus. I have it timed at, I'm gonna back it up a little bit here. 8:11:55. Can you orient us a little bit? What are we looking at?
Sure. The bus here would be looking southbound. It's traveling in a southbound direction. We're on North 35th Street, and then we would be approaching, I believe the lights are going to be Lisbon.
You aware of video that was found showing a subject waiting for the bus at 35th and Lisbon?
Yes.
Tell us what you were aware of when you were looking for this.
So this video I had found prior to that. Once we see the subject standing on the corner, then we went and retrieved more video regarding that. But this was the first video that I found on the bus, and then we retrieved more. But it shows the subject walking to the corner here and waiting for the bus.
Not this video, the video that you were aware of.
Correct.
Thank you.
I don't do puzzles. Oh, oh, oh.
Pause the video. Do you see anyone on this frame that looks familiar from the last bus video we saw?
Yeah, I just gotta get to the
Point them
point,
out,
man.
please.
That's just
Sure.
get to the
He
point.
is wearing the black hooded sweatshirt. He has the brown, you can see the brown shoulder straps for a backpack.
Get the microphone.
The brownish color top of the shoe, white soles.
Yeah.
It's the same guy that we saw earlier.
I don't have patience for puzzles and stuff like that. That's ridiculous.
Going over to the.
No reaction.
What
This
is this
guy has
camera?
zero reaction to
There's
anything.
10 different cameras that I downloaded off this bus. You have 4 exterior cameras. You have the windshield, curbside, street side, and then you have a rear facing camera. And then there's 6 interior cameras on this one. So the one we were looking at just a minute ago was the windshield camera. This would be called the front door camera.
Open the door.
And there's also cameras that face back into the bus where the passengers sit.
Correct. And then on the interior cameras, there is audio.
Okay.
Ooh.
Let me make sure I have that on. And what time are we looking at here? Oh, it'll come back. There it is.
Ah.
It is 8:12 and 15 seconds. So 8:12 in the morning.
Playing from that timestamp.
Oh. Okay. I want to see the video, but I also want to see his face. I go. Oh, that's you. That's totally you. See, I can't sit there like that. My face gives everything away. Oh, I see an expression. There's an expression. Yep. That's him. You can't deny that. That's you. What are you writing down? What are you writing down?
Watch it not extended.
What about you?
Well, how come that other guy got to go on there? How are his hands so clean?
I'm gonna go full screen and play it again.
Oopsie. You suck at this.
You running last week. What about you?
All right, detective, the subject did what in those clips?
He enters the bus, he puts $2 into the machine and he asks the bus driver if the bus is going south. And the bus driver tells him that it is.
He then goes in the back and sits down?
Correct.
And are you able to see clearly the clothing he's wearing now?
Yes.
Have you watched this entire clip from when he sits down until he gets off the bus?
I have.
Does he ever pull a phone out?
He does not.
I'm gonna play through I'm gonna skip through this, but play various clips, starting at 8:13:34.
Route 35.
Paused at 8:13:52. We'll jump ahead, 8:15. Paused at 8:15:18, just sitting there.
Yes.
Let's go ahead, 8:17. Paused at 8:17:19. Let's go up to 8:20. Paused at 8:21. We'll go ahead. 8:24. Go ahead to 8:27. And all this time, detective, where's the bus going?
Southbound on 35th Street.
Okay, and you'd be able to see that on the front camera, right?
Correct.
Paused at 8:28:04. Playing at 8:28:52. Paused at 8:29:07. Playing at 8:30:06. Paused at 8:30:21. Playing at 8:31:25. Paused at 8:31:36. Playing at 8:33:11.
I mean, his shoes don't look like he's just been up and down a bluff on a rocky beach.
Paused at 8:33:35. What's happening now?
He is approaching the front door of the bus to get off.
Paused at 8:33:40. You're able
Now-
to see on the sweatshirt a little emblem on the right left sleeve here?
Yes.
Okay.
That backpack, well, it could be wet. Looking for anything, any kind of blood or something on him. You would think there would be. Oh, okay. So on the top of
Paused
the
at
backpack,
8:34:02. What happened there?
He approaches the driver and asks him if he minds if he gets off there. The bus is currently in the middle of the street, so he would not let him get off there. The street directly before this is West Lakefield. And then the next stop that the bus driver is going to stop at, that there is a stop, is going to be on Ohio.
Showing you exhibit 204. What is that?
That is the subject that's on the bus.
That's a screenshot of the bus video we just watched.
It is.
Move 204 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Pass to publish.
Go right ahead.
That's 204. Oh.
Yes,
Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
You identify him by where he's seated and what he's wearing.
He's seated at the defense counsel's table wearing a blue button-up shirt with the white t-shirt underneath it.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the detective identified Maxwell Anderson.
Any objection?
I'm not going to comment on that.
The record will so reflect.
he said, "I'm not going to comment on that."
All right, I've moved it to the video.
I've
Kind
never-
of shows the door where he got on, right?
I've never heard that before. I've never. What does that mean?
Let me back that up because the video went out.
Oh my gosh. What?
In the middle of the street.
He asked the bus driver what?
If he could get out there, and the bus driver tells him, no, we're in the middle of the street.
And if we look at the front, where are we?
This would basically be Lakefield.
This
And then as you
can't be
continue
his
through
first
it, you
time.
go to Ohio.
Okay.
It can't be.
Is this near the address of 3161 South 39th Street?
Yes, I believe Lakefield is a 3200 block. Is either the 31 or 3200 block. It's Oklahoma, Lakefield, and then I think Rustic in Ohio, some type of order.
Is Euclid in there?
Euclid is also, sorry.
Okay.
I mean, it may be his first time to this extent, but it can't be his first time. Like something. This is. See, oh, and see his backpack. Go back, go back. So his backpack, the top of it looks like it's bloody. See? See?
Next block.
Dang video. Go back, go back. Darn it.
He's exited the bus?
Yes.
And then what direction does he walk?
He starts walking northbound back towards West Lakefield.
Okay, which camera would that be on?
That one, the curbside, sorry.
Okay.
I mean, he's just so clean. I mean, he looks
Stand up
like.
and just point where Lakefield is.
Yes.
So this is along South 35th Street, and then this intersection here is West Lakefield.
If you were to go to 3161 South 39th
The
Street,
top of his
what would be the
backpack.
best route to walk to off of this bus?
The quickest way would be either Ohio or up West Lakefield.
Okay. I'm gonna play from 8:34:54. I have it on the curbside camera.
Where is the backpack?
This one doesn't have audio, right?
Correct. So the subject continues to walk northbound along 35th Street, and then he goes out of range.
Where is the backpack? And where's her, you know, all of the stuff is in the backpack.
I'm gonna bring up a map that's already been introduced and admitted as Exhibit 443.
That stuff can't be far. I mean, it's got to be over there somewhere. It's got to be near
And if I
his
didn't
house.
already, I'd move the entirety of 203, and I know I moved the first one in.
Any objection?
No.
203 is received.
Well, I just need to know what they're going to do to defend all this. I need to see their defense now, because now I'm like,
Got a map of Milwaukee County up here, Detective. Can you see that?
Yes.
Or do you want to stand up?
I can see it.
now if I'm a juror, I'm like, what? This is.
Where the subject boarded the bus, who you've identified as the defendant, was where?
It'd be 35th and Lisbon, so it would be on the west, or the northwest corner of 35th and Lisbon at that intersection.
Can you use the microphone?
Sure. So it's an intersection of 35th and Lisbon along the northwest corner, is where he would have boarded that bus that was going southbound.
And what direction is that on this map? If you could point it out here as I move the map.
It would be going down.
All right. Passing Interstate 94 there.
Yes.
Passing National Avenue here.
Yes.
Greenfield Avenue.
Yes.
Burnham.
Yes.
35th and Greenfield.
Yes.
35th and Forest Home here.
Yes.
Jackson Park's right next to that, right?
Correct.
Continuing south, 35th and Oklahoma.
Yes,
Where's Lakefield?
it would be this street that goes like this.
All right. So if one wanted to get to 3161 South 39th Street, where would you go?
So this street, Lakefield, goes westbound, and then that 38th Street and 39th, it's an alley. So that would get you to the back of your house, basically through the alley.
And you could also walk down 38th to Euclid and come over crossing 39th Street there, correct?
Correct.
All right. The 3100 block of South 39th would be between Euclid and Oklahoma, is that right?
Correct. Oklahoma is 3100 and Euclid is 3200. So it's almost in the middle of the block.
So he went home. Okay, now what's the defense gonna do?
I'm putting exhibits 445 up next to 204. That appear to be the same person to you?
Yes.
Nothing else.
Oh,
You know, I think this might be a perfect point to take a break.
yeah.
10, 15 minutes, take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll come back. Okay? So leave your notebooks on your chair, please.
Okay, I've never heard when they identified a defendant, I've never heard the attorney say, I have no comment. That's a first. That is weird. That's very odd. I didn't even know they could do that. She's about to ask if they have anything outside of the jury while they're on this little break.
Anything to address on the record at this point?
No.
Defense?
No.
Nope.
Then we'll take a 10-minute break.
Nope. I need to address that Neo is on my. Of course, Karen Reed is back on another.
To John O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't you?
Based on the chart, yes.
You didn't do any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state. I'm aware of that.
What I asked you specifically is, on those 5 columns, did you do any research or study to determine whether or not it was infotainment matched to John O'Keefe's iPhone or some other phone matched to John O'Keefe's iPhone? Did you do any independent study about that?
No.
Because in your ultimate conclusions and all the charts you've given to the jury and shown the jury, it relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know that at 1:14:13 a.m., the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
And did you know for 4:42:06, 4:45:12, 5:04:28, did you know that her Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Do you know that when you make phone calls, oh, by the way, do you know on those different times, the first 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 1:14:13, all the way down to 5:04:28. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls. Do you know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. You know where it came from?
The assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. But that wasn't tested. And Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
Sustained.
Sure.
Contemplating synchronization, plug your phone in. It's going to register on the entertainment system, but come from the phone. Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know when someone plugs their phone in after they turn the car back on, how it synchronizes on the entertainment system?
I don't know if adjustments are made to those times during a synchronization or not. I think that's something that could be tested, and to my knowledge, was not tested.
If you don't know, then your conclusions and all your opinions to this jury is based on an assumption that you don't even know the predicate for. Isn't that fair to say?
My conclusions are based on all of the data that Mr. Burgess laid out. So he laid these out and went so far as to calculate the offsets himself. So there's something implied in his table by virtue of him calculating these that maybe he would decide to align them. And so, again, to provide the clarity on all the possible alignments, I included them.
But that's not what I asked. If you're making an improper assumption about the predicate, about these calls and the source of them, and you're wrong, that would change your entire analysis and conclusions and charts that we see in your later charts, wouldn't it?
Sure. If there was testing that showed that that is an invalid method on this specific Lexus and SD card, then of the 30 possibilities, some of them would end up being eliminated.
Did you know that when an iPhone is plugged into a car, it downloads the information from the iPhone on the entertainment system? You know that?
I don't know how the clocks are synchronized when you plug an iPhone into a car.
Well, if you don't know, how can you make conclusions based on a predicate you don't even know what it is?
The conclusions are based on the data in Mr. Burgess's report.
I know you're not an expert on mobile devices.
Objection.
But
So I'm going to strike that. Go ahead and ask your question.
I apologize. If you have two different devices, a Lexus clock, an entertainment system, and an iPhone, you would agree that it's not unexpected to be variances, correct?
Correct.
When you're comparing two iPhones, do you have an opinion, do you agree that you'd expect the variance to be very small, iPhone to iPhone?
I don't know.
Have you ever studied that before?
Two iPhones?
Yes.
No.
So if you sit there today, you don't have any expertise, any education, any knowledge about how closely two iPhones would sync with each other?
No.
You see in the first five columns, the numbers are small, 22121.
Yes.
Would you agree iPhone to iPhone using the same source of time is generally going to be within 1 or 2 seconds of each other? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have any opinion about whether iPhones to iPhones will generally be within 1 to 2 seconds of each other? Objection.
You can ask if there's an opinion. Do you have an opinion on that?
No.
Next question.
If the first 5 calls are iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, you agree
They said they weren't hers. They said the blood in his house wasn't hers either. So
they're not iPhone to iPhone in the sense that column 1 came from the infotainment. The values were read from the SD card. So there's an assumption baked into it. What you're saying that when a phone is synchronized, the infotainment assumes the times of the phone, but we don't know whether the infotainment would adjust those times to its own clock or not.
You're speculating now, aren't you?
We don't know. It wasn't tested. I don't know is the
You
answer.
don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I do not.
Okay. Don't say we don't know. You don't know.
Oh my gosh, he's trying to be an Alessi and he's not an Alessi.
Then your assumption was first five. 122-121. If they're iPhone to iPhone, and you're wrong about the fact it's infotainment to iPhone, your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate, aren't they? Objection.
I'll allow this.
If the title of the first column
Or she'll allow
had
it.
iPhone in it as well, then I would not have used it in my analysis.
But that's not the question. I appreciate that. My question is, if those first five calls were iPhone time to iPhone time, and you mistakenly analyze them as infotainment time to iPhone time, then the rest of your assumptions and charts would be inaccurate, wouldn't they? Objection.
Sustained.
At 5:21:36, do you know whether or not the defendant's Lexus was on?
I don't recall if that one was an on or an off point. I don't want to guess. I don't recall.
And so if you don't know if that was on or off, were you able to do an analysis whether this was phone to phone or infotainment to phone?
No.
5:30:31, do you know if the defendant's car was on?
That one I know the vehicle was on.
That's one timestamp on the infotainment system, 5:30:31, correct?
Correct.
And then in the O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are two different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And do you appreciate that that is two separate calls, or do you think it's something different?
I'm going to paraphrase, again, Mr. Birch's report as I recall it, in that he stated during the testing they did with the exemplar, calls placed in close succession would not necessarily both be logged in the infotainment. So as I understand this chart, what he's trying to say here is there were two calls placed. There were two call logs in Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
I want to know what
but
the
only
defense
one
is gonna
timestamp in the infotainment, and he couldn't determine which it corresponded to because of that observed behavior from testing.
I was going
I'm
to stop
asking
doing
if
this
you-
live because I'm in so
I
much
don't.
Did
pain.
you ever look
But
at
now
phone
they showed
records
the bus video.
for the defendant or for Mr. O'Keefe to make a determination whether these are two separate calls or not? Did you ever do that?
No.
If these are two separate calls, can you explain to us why there is one timestamp?
Again, as I stated, that was behavior that was observed. The exact behavior was observed during the exemplar testing by Aperture. I don't know why that happens. Why does the infotainment not log every call? I don't. But I know that it was documented that that is a feature of this system.
This information was not taken from the exemplar vehicle, was it?
This table, no.
No. This information was taken from the infotainment system of the defendant's car. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And the phone calls were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so, you know why there would be two phone calls and only one timestamp?
Beyond the testing, the exemplar testing that showed an exemplar vehicle did that, no, I don't know why it happens.
Do you know that the infotainment system doesn't always capture all of the phone calls and the phone data in the download? Did you know that?
Yes.
Well, if you know that, can you conclude that even though there's two calls and only one timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works?
I think that's the most logical assumption, that that's how it works.
So when you look at 5:30:15, bottom middle, and 5:30:52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 5:30:31 infotainment on the left. Compare. It's impossible, right?
Yes.
So there's two possibilities.
Yes.
One is that you have a difference, a disparity of 16 seconds.
Yes.
And the other one, going the opposite way, is a disparity of 21 seconds.
Correct.
And so when you add those disparities, you have 27 seconds disparity. Correct?
I'll allow that.
Is there a 27-second disparity when you compare the two?
I'm not sure I understand the math.
5:30:31 is 16 seconds different than 5:30:15 on each phone. Yes?
Yes.
5:30:31 is 21 seconds different.
This guy's like ready to lose his mind.
Yes?
Yes.
And the difference is cut each way, one's minus, one's plus.
Correct.
So you add those disparities, you get 27 seconds, don't you? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
What do you get?
You're saying if, maybe, so I can be clear what you're asking, if we have a negative 16 and we have a positive 21, how many seconds are in between there?
Exactly.
37?
And so you can see, did you know that the next car was turned on at 5:07 a.m.? Does that ring a bell?
I don't have any of those keyons committed to memory.
So you can see between 5:21 and 5:30, the offset is different between them, which shows that variances change. They move.
That seems reasonable, yes.
When I said it seems reasonable, do you have the experience and the knowledge to agree with me that variances move?
Yes, they do.
Okay. If those first 5 calls were iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, would you agree they should not have been considered in your analysis?
Yes, with the caveat that because this is a novel analysis with this SD card and this infotainment, that it was demonstrated that that's the behavior. My opinions on things like that are based on testing and research and literature. And so when we have a brand new system with new data, we want to see some testing to prove it works the way we think it works. But under the assumption, then yes.
You would agree?
Yes.
If we turn to 10, please.
I mean, he's saying there's different ways to do it.
Given, could you zoom in a little, please, on the left? Given that these data points come at 5 in the morning, or 1, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5:30, did you consider whether they would be less reliable than comparing to the triggering event, the 3-point turn at 12:23 the night before? Did you consider that?
Yes.
When you said you reviewed in your critiquing reports, did you read Mr. Burgess's report on May 8, 2025?
Yes.
Did you read in his report where he explains that this is a less reliable method to, it's a less reliable method because of the time distance between the actual event we're interested in, 1162 at 12:30, 1:43 to 48, than the 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. When he explains that the method of using 5:21 and 5:30 on January 29, 2022, he explains about how the information is stored in the infotainment system when it's powered back on, doesn't he?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember when you were reviewing his report that he explains the available call log correlation is restricted to a time frame between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when the vehicle was powered on. All other calls stored in the infotainment module occurred while the vehicle was powered off, indicating those entries were synced from Ms. Reed's iPhone upon reconnecting to the system on the morning of January 29th. You considered that when you decided or formulated your critique, didn't you?
Yes.
This further indicated that the associated timestamps for those calls originated from Ms. Reed's iPhone. Did you read that?
Yes.
Relative to those first 5 columns, correct?
Yes.
This behavior was previously documented in the initial report, which is the January 30th report. Yes?
Yes.
You shrugged. I mean, I don't want you just to agree with me. Do you remember it was in the January 30th report?
I don't remember how he phrased it specifically. But I think there was somewhere around there where he noted that some calls were placed while the vehicle was off. I think that's basically what it said in the first one. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you agree generally, or can I give you the report? You can look and remind yourself. I want to get your best memory on this.
Sure.
What would you like me to do?
If you'd like me to look at it, I'll look at it.
Sure. Do you have a copy, or would you like me to bring it
Do you
to
have the reports with you, sir?
They're
Okay. Do you have an extra copy for him, Mr. Brennan?
Mine is marked. You want me to show the mark? Let me see if I can get a clean copy from the witness.
Mr. Brennan is a butthole. He's so rude. He's trying to be a tough guy, but he's really not. He's just mad because he's losing this case. And he can't stand himself.
I don't have a clean copy. I don't want to show
I don't
you
have a
something that
clean
has my
copy
writing
because
on
I
it.
suck
Not that
at
I care
this.
that you read it, but it's protocol.
I lost this case a long time ago,
In discussing
way back when I started.
why this is not an effective way of matching the time,
Not effective because
you
it wasn't
consider
right in the
in
first
his May
place.
8, 2025 report, when he's talking about this method, when he says, as a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment.
Yes.
And when
Call
he's
logs
talking-
are discrete points.
I'm sorry?
The call logs are discrete points for alignment. Is that?
As a result, this method yields a single reference point, which is referring to the 53031.
I don't know. It sounds like it, but I don't know.
From the 5:21 a.m. to the 5:30 a.m. window, a clock speed of approximately -8 and -16 plus 21 seconds were observed between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock. Did you consider that?
Yes.
This offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other time frames stated in the initial report. Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I'm going to allow it.
I'll see Counselor Tadmar.
Going to allow everything that the prosecution is doing.
Is that how he states it specifically?
I can read it again. I just read it to you.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
So let's give him a copy.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's give him a copy. Does he have the clean copy?
Nope, I want to be an ass.
You can turn to page 3. What I read to you was where it says clock sync method 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is, if you look at the second paragraph, I read that to you word for word. Do you see that?
Yes.
The 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. are the only 2 data points when that car was on January 29, 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the last paragraph, do you agree or disagree? As a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay. Because you still are under the mistaken belief that
Sustain.
you still have the opinion that the first 5 rows are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
It's presented as that way in his initial report, which is what my initial analysis was based on. And in the supplemental report, there's no further testing to say one way or the other. He just has a new opinion. So I stand by the initial analysis that I had, that those points should be included with all of the other points.
But that's not my question. My question is, you are taking the position those first 5 calls are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
They could be, and so I include them. I'm not saying they definitively are or not, which is why I never say there is one way to do it. That's why I say there's a whole host of ways to do it.
So you're now saying that you're not assuming that's an infotainment to iPhone analysis. Are you now saying that?
It's stated that way, and I think it could be that way, but it might be iPhone to iPhone too, if those times are just copied over.
And if it was iPhone to iPhone, your analysis would be wrong.
Certain lines would go away. So if you want to call the whole analysis wrong because of that, it might be your characterization.
Okay.
It would change the total number of possibilities.
So if we put up chart 12, page 12, please.
Much like your dude said
If
the
you
other
were
day,
wrong about the
it could
infotainment to iPhone
shoot
analysis,
off into space.
and those first 5 should not be considered, which part of this
As an
chart would now be
engineer,
wrong?
anything is possible.
What do we have?
Anything.
12 lines on the chart?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we have 12 lines on the chart. If we decided to eliminate the lines that are based on the calls when the vehicle was off, we would be left with 4 lines on the chart.
And if we turn to 14,
Oh.
please.
Okay.
And if you could enlarge, well, I don't think you can enlarge.
This is as entertaining as this is. 'Cause, I mean, this is entertaining.
If you're
Maxwell Anderson is back. Hear them milling around in there. I just want to see the defense ask their questions, and then I'm probably going to cut it for the day. Whoops. Because I've been basically watching this all by myself, but that's okay. I've had Z with me. Oh, what happened? What happened? What happened? Okay. I'll be getting back to making videos again.
We have the same appearances. We are now on the cross-examination of
Let's
Detective.
go. Let's see what is up with
Good
this.
afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
So I want to start by talking about, I think it's Exhibit 204. It's where we see the bus traveling down Lisbon, and you can see an individual walking, and you said behind him you can see a fire, correct?
Correct.
And in that video, what I want to kind of talk about what's captured on it, and what we see is we see an individual walking, and he's just about to enter the sidewalk, right on Lisbon.
Correct. He would be just north of that sidewalk on the field.
Just by like 1 or 2 feet, pretty close.
I would probably say it's more than 2 feet. As it's pulling up and you clear that blue building, you can see him coming out of the field. So I'd probably say it's closer, maybe 10 feet into the field.
Okay. And then you also can see on the video, it was a woman in an umbrella, correct?
Correct.
And it looks like, when the individual and the woman in an umbrella are pretty close. They're almost like right by each other on that sidewalk.
At first, yes.
Okay. And what the video doesn't show, it doesn't show that individual ever exiting that car, correct?
Correct.
It never sees them driving it, right?
No.
Certainly doesn't show that individual lighting the car on fire, correct?
Correct.
And you can't see that individual, he's not standing right next to the car, correct?
No.
You don't see him toss anything into the car?
No.
You don't see him, putting any liquid anywhere around that car?
No.
You just see him walking, on just about onto that sidewalk where he'll eventually cross that street, correct?
It would be the general direction away from the car towards the sidewalk, I guess would be
Okay.
the most accurate way.
Yeah, thank you. And this individual, he's not running, right?
No,
He's not, doesn't appear to be panicked or looking over his shoulder.
I can't tell that from the video.
Okay, but you're highly trained, as a detective to, look for that kind of suspicious behavior, correct?
Correct,
And I mean, I think that the common term that you use is furtive movements, right?
correct,
Like people, maybe glancing around, right?
right,
People blading their body, right?
correct,
People running.
correct,
And like an example is like like an example of something that's suspicious is when you see someone walking towards like a police officer, when they see that police officer, they run the other way.
correct.
And this individual that we see on camera doesn't do anything like that, right?
Yeah, there's no police officer in the area.
Okay. But what we do see is we see the individual walking in one consistent direction, correct?
Correct,
And that individual eventually walks to a bus stop, right?
correct,
And waits at a bus stop, correct?
correct.
And this area on Lisbon, it's a very busy street in Milwaukee, right?
It's one of the busier ones, yes.
And we saw in the video, there's people driving down the street, right?
Yes,
People walking down the street,
yes,
people waiting for buses, right?
yes,
And so you got to admit this is a very densely populated area, correct?
correct,
Because there's residential homes around that area as well, correct?
correct.
And so when you see this individual, I mean, it's fair to describe that he's simply just walking calmly, right? I mean, he's not running.
He's not running, he's walking.
Okay. And so now I want to talk about it's exhibit 204, if we can, it's state exhibit 204, if we can bring that up.
204 is the still photo.
Okay,
This is 203.
203, I'm sorry. All right, so we have exhibit 203 up.
Yes.
We can just, what portion do you want when he gets on the bus? Okay. That's where we're at. At 8/12/19.
I'm starting at 8/12/19, if you could just put that.
Okay, let's get to the point because so far this defense questioning is not working. Just because he wasn't running. I think her head was in that backpack.
It's a matter of recording.
And I think it is somewhere. Near
You just
the house.
utilized the HDMI cord from the state, correct?
That TV is doing a sleep out. So if we have a remote, I could push source or.
This one goes on and off by touch, correct? We could try turning it off and turning it back on.
Oh my gracious day.
Thank you.
Fix it.
There is a source selection on there too, before you turn it off.
And that was his family's house. They sold the house.
It says power and solar. So you might be able to do it from here.
Where did he put her? Why couldn't they find it? It's got to be somewhere close to where he was.
It's not ideal, but we can do it over here if the jury isn't. It's not perfect, but I mean.
Y'all broke it.
I think we just do it that way.
This is terrible.
Right, it's not TV. So we'll just do it.
I know, boo-boo. They broke the TV. And now they can't bring up the picture to prove that it's him. I don't know what the defense is trying to do. I don't know if they're trying to say that it's not him, because that's him.
And we've reached out to the IT person too, who's on his way, so maybe we'll have some positive response. Oh, we got it back.
Okay, I think it's when we expanded that screen.
It's kind of like,
Thank you, Deputy Benz.
All right, so I just want you to watch
a
the
life.
video. We already saw the state put on in draft.
Yes.
All right, stopping at 8:12:42. You can see when this person gets on the bus, you don't see any blood on their hands, correct?
No,
You don't see any red marks,
no,
and this individual clearly isn't trying to conceal their identity whatsoever, correct?
no,
There's no mask on his face.
no,
I mean, they got their hood up, but it's clearly raining outside, right?
correct.
And then this individual talks to the driver, pays the fare while the bus is kind of moving, right?
Correct.
And have you ever had to pay for, like, bus fare with cash?
Long time ago.
But you can agree that sometimes it's hard because you're sitting at the front of the bus and it's kind of shaking a little bit, right?
Correct.
But he casually talks to the driver and asks if it's going south, right?
Yes.
And then he gets on the bus and then goes to sit down, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're starting at 8:12:44. And so what we're looking at here is this is just the back of the bus, right? You can't see the fare box, right?
I'm here too. I was gonna quit this, but then they brought out the bus camera, so I'm trying to figure out what their defense is.
Like half speed, it looks like, the seconds, just so you know.
I mean, that's him. Now I have all kinds of scenarios in my head.
All right, so I got it frozen at 8:14:57. So he's just sitting on the bus, right?
Yes,
And you don't see, and you can clearly see his hands. There's no blood on his hands, right?
correct.
And you didn't observe any blood on his shoes,
I-
correct?
Not like copious amounts of it. I can't tell because it's a dark color, if there's anything on there.
Okay, but you can't sit up and testify that you see blood on his shoes, correct?
Correct,
Or on his pants, correct?
correct.
And you can't see any mud on his shoes because you can see the white soles, correct?
I can't see the bottom of the shoes.
Okay, but you can see his white soles, correct?
The sides of his shoes, correct.
I'm talking about the white.
Correct, the side part of the sole, yes.
Okay, and you can't see any mud on there.
Not on the side parts, no.
Okay, and on this backpack, you've watched this video lots of times, right?
Yes,
You probably spent hours reviewing this with other detectives as well.
yes,
And you don't observe any blood on his backpack, correct?
not from the video.
And no mud, correct?
No,
No
Really?
sand, correct?
no.
And so what we really watch is someone walk to a bus stop, wait at a bus stop, and get on a bus, correct?
That's the second part of the bus video, yes.
Okay. And then goes to his house, correct? Or, well, he doesn't go directly to his house, goes to a stop, gets off the bus, correct?
Correct,
And then walks towards the direction of his home, correct?
correct.
I don't have anything further.
State?
Can you see what's in his massive backpack?
No,
The person that he's referring to as this individual, that's the defendant,
correct, that's Maxwell Anderson.
nothing else.
Defense, anything?
And then, when you watch this, after he gets up and gets off the bus, you don't see any blood on the seat, correct? Where he was sitting.
I can't see the seat good enough to say there's nothing there.
Okay, well, did you ever go back and go to this bus?
No,
Okay. I have nothing further.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective. State, your next witness.
State calls Angela Sawyer.
So they're still hinging this on the fact there literally is zero physical evidence to prove, so far, zero physical evidence to prove that he is the one. Right now, it's just that he is at or near the scene of where her car was found around the same time that her car caught fire. And he gets on a bus near where her car was found and goes home.
Can I see this attorney's at sidebar for a second?
Yes.
And he is carrying a very large backpack that would presumably have a missing part of her that has yet to be found. And again, putting the pieces together, he was the last one to see her. And looking at the time, I've got to look at the time because supposedly she left his house at 12:30. I got to look at the Life 360 on her phone to see, like, you know, the timing of it all. But again, there's no crime scene. There's no weapon. There's none of that. So that's what the defense is hinging this on, is that the jury will say there's just nothing linking him physically.
Please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
Angela Sawyer, Angela.
She's not a detective.
Ms. Sawyer, I need
She's
you to
scared
come
out of her
forward with me,
mind.
Please, and talk right into it. You're soft spoken and we need to hear what you say.
Okay.
State, please proceed.
Ms. Sawyer, do you remember the day of April 18th, 2024?
I do,
Why do you remember that day?
because I left work and went to the beach and found unusual.
I'm just gonna help you with your microphone. It's hard to project your voice, so I'm just gonna ask you to speak right into that.
Okay.
You were walking on the beach?
I left work and I went to the beach, correct.
What beach?
I actually don't know the name. It's down on the South Milwaukee.
Okay,
Doesn't,
you were in South Milwaukee?
correct.
Is this a beach that you frequently go to?
Yes, did.
Did. Had you been there before?
Yes,
Do you remember the last time that you were there?
yes.
When was that?
It was 2 days before, on the 16th.
On April 18th, you found something.
Correct.
What did you find?
I found a part of a body,
Do you know what part?
torso and arm.
Ugh.
What did you do?
Freaked out, screamed, ran like a little
I
bitch.
called my partner first,
What's their name?
Shiloh. Falk,
Can you spell that for us?
SHILOHFALK.
Then what happened?
I waited for him to come and we called 911.
And where did you wait?
I waited by the body.
Did law enforcement come
Yes,
and you spoke to them
I did.
and showed them what you found?
Correct.
Do you remember what time of the day you described this as being after work? When was that?
I got
Yeah,
off
I
work
mean,
around between 6 and
if
6:30
he
a.m.
was like, if this was his
I
first
don't know what time it
trial,
was 'cause I
let's say
didn't bring
trial
a phone or what, like my watch or anything down to
person,
the.
I mean,
didn't look.
he would keep something.
And when you
I don't
testified that
know.
you had been there before, 2 days prior,
Correct.
Now I got all kinds of things in my head, but that is somewhere close by.
can you
I
describe?
can't believe they haven't found her
what
head.
the torso looked like?
I don't know how to describe it.
That's okay. Nothing further.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer.
And his family sold the house like pretty quickly, I guess. I don't know who the heck bought that house, but anyway, the house is no longer theirs. So,
State your next witness.
ooh,
The
could
state
you
called deputy
imagine
Laura Jarozinski.
being the new owners of that house and like all of a sudden finding, whoo, that would be awful. That'd be so awful. Because I bet it's somewhere. I mean, I bet the backpack, it's got to be. I mean, it's just got to be somewhere that only he knows. Obviously, only he knows. Duh. It's his backpack and all of his stuff. But he hid it somewhere.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Laura Cherisinski, LauraJaroczynski
How are you employed?
with Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office,
What is your title?
a deputy,
How long have you been a deputy with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
5 years.
This is so wild.
And were you, did you assist in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson in early April of 2024?
I did,
You had multiple roles in that investigation, fair to say?
yes.
Did you do something in particular of note on Thursday, April 18th, 2024?
I did,
On that date, were you dispatched to a certain location?
I was.
Can you tell us where?
I believe it was 3305 Marina Road in South Milwaukee.
The city of South Milwaukee?
Yes,
Milwaukee County?
yes,
State of Wisconsin?
yes.
Okay. I have on the screen over here, Exhibit 443. It's already been entered. It's our county map here, and I just want to orient us a little bit. If we go to the southeast corner, we've got Warnemont Park up here, right?
Yes,
And you're aware that the leg was washed or found on the shores of Warnemont?
correct.
Where is 3305 Marina Road in South Milwaukee in comparison to this?
Approximately 4.5 miles.
Yeah, I saw he put cash in the bus. I mean,
so
I've never,
as I'm
I
moving
haven't taken a bus
down
like that
here,
since I was a kid, so I didn't know
See
they
where
still
I'm
took
circling
cash.
South Milwaukee Yacht Club?
Yes,
I
Is it
thought
somewhere
everything
near
was
there or around
electronic
there?
now,
yes.
but
Okay,
I
where
saw he
exactly?
paid cash. And he did not have a phone, so, or it didn't look like it because he
Sorry
didn't
if I haven't
take a
gone
phone
far
out
enough.
or anything. So it looks like, from what I'm just hypothesizing that
Not as far
he
as Oak Creek though, correct?
was
All right. So right a little south of the South Milwaukee Yacht Club?
trying this out.
All
He
right,
was
I'm gonna
testing
zoom out
the
a little
water,
bit. And you said that's 4 and,
and he
did you say
failed.
4 or 4.5?
Approximately 4.5.
Okay. And when you got there, did you make contact with any citizen?
I did.
Who was
So
that person?
Angela Sawyer,
Was that the woman who just left the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Did she guide you anywhere?
Yes.
Where to?
So I met her at like the fence at the top of the path, and then we walked down the paved path down to the shoreline.
where he messed up
and then
was
she pointed out
having
along the
her
shore
cell
where it
phone.
was.
Is this like a public beach or what is this?
Yes, but at the time there was a fence closing it.
This was mid-April?
Yes.
Okay. What was the weather like?
Cold.
What time did you go there? I don't know if I asked that.
I think it was like 7:59 in the morning.
Okay. When you went
I mean,
down
it's
towards
honestly,
the shorefront, what'd you observe?
It was a torso.
if they
with,
can explain why he was
left arm
there,
still attached, but no head.
once they get
and
to
no
the
legs,
defense side
and
of
no right
things,
arm.
it could go either
How was
way.
it laying?
But
Face down or
where he messed
torso
up,
down.
if this was his
What is the
little
terrain like
testing
there?
the
Is it
waters
rocky,
thing, is
grassy?
her phone was still
Sand.
in the car.
Just give me 1 second.
He would have got away with this, to be honest. I bet you he could have got away with this if he didn't have her phone.
After viewing the torso, what did you do?
I contacted my captain, and then eventually we called the medical examiner.
At this point, you were, April 18th, you were well aware that Sade Robinson had been not heard from since April 1st, right?
Correct.
And that
You know, I'm not big
the
about
leg had been
data
found in Warnemont
nailing
Park,
somebody,
Correct.
Additional remains
that-
found on the north side of Milwaukee.
Correct.
Was it your belief that
not necessarily
those
the
things
data
were
that's
related to
nailing
this
him.
torso?
It's just
Yes.
that
Did you take any steps to
what
try
found
to
her.
yourself identify who the torso belonged to
I did.
and whether it belonged to Sade Robinson in particular?
Yes.
What information did you have that was going to help you do that at the time?
Previously, I had a picture of her fingernails painted
How did you get that?
from her general manager at Pizza Shuttle.
Philip Wilder.
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 38. Is this the picture you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Move 38 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
38's received. Go ahead.
That backpack was awfully big. So I know, boo boo.
Here we go. This was a screenshot of a text, correct?
Yes.
All right. Her fingernails were visible.
Yes.
Aww.
Text from her to Philip Wilder about getting her nails done, right?
Correct.
She wants pizza shuttle to
Aw.
Yes.
She's like pizza shuttles paying to fix them.
view the fingernails on the torso and determine if they look like that.
I was.
And what you see.
That they matched entirely from the photo.
I'm going to show you exhibits 242.
Oh yeah, for sure.
200.
I mean, that's honestly circumstantial evidence is probably 75% of convictions, if not more.
257.
Thank you.
Can you just look through those silently to yourself, take a moment, and then tell me if you know what they are?
I mean, there's very rarely can you get like dead to rights a conviction
Thank you.
on
This might
on
be
just
all
like
received.
solid because it's that's too hard to do.
Go right ahead.
I mean, it definitely is like process of elimination. I know that the backpack has to be full of like
I'm going to start with exhibit
everything.
242
Like it had to
here.
have. I don't know. I'm wondering too if like he tried to throw as much as he could into the water, and
All right, what are
the
we
current
looking at here?
was just going,
That is the
bringing it
top
all
of
back
the
in.
paved pathway.
And I
This is
wonder
where
if
you
that
would have
too is how
parked to go down towards that
they
beach.
said they found
Correct.
some of her in Illinois. So I'm wondering if that's how
243.
some of her ended up in Illinois
that?
because
That's just inside the fence on the way down as well.
I think he
244
was trying to
further
throw her
down.
in,
Further down.
throw her in the water.
And when you get to the
But
bottom,
it
it
didn't go. It
turns.
didn't go far
you get to
enough.
245.
Yes.
So she just washed
And
back up.
There's 3 individuals in front of you there, one wearing a medical examiner jacket, another deputy, and another woman, right?
Correct.
There's a group of people off in the distance. Would that be to the north?
The way the picture is, that would be, yes, to the north.
Okay, is that where the torso was?
Yes.
That's just insult to injury.
246.
No, to have somebody do that to you
What is that?
and for her family.
That's just a clearer shot once you go down the few steps onto the beach.
All right, and the next photos are gonna have the torso. 247. Is that how it was found by Miss Sawyer, to your knowledge?
Correct.
$248. Both legs are dismembered,
Correct.
and her right arm.
Correct.
What about her head?
Dismembered.
What about her neck?
Dismembered.
249. That just looks north.
Yes.
Okay. From
Ugh.
this photographer would be standing where the torso was found,
Yes.
essentially?
Yeah.
Okay. And then 250, we're just looking south.
Yes.
251. This is how her hand was when you found it?
Correct.
Okay.
You know,
And you
on
were
it,
able
I
to
mean,
then
it's
bring up
sad. It's
252,
horrible what happened,
examine
but
her
thank
nails.
God
a little
They
more.
found
and
her
compare them to the Philip
and they
Wilder photo
caught
that he sent
him.
you.
Correct.
Is this
so
what
quickly
you're talking about?
Yes.
because
You were aware that Sade Robinson had a tattoo on her chest as well?
I was.
And what was the tattoo?
It's a saying, sometimes you've got to fall before you fly. And there was a bird above it and a bird below it.
You had gotten pictures of Sade to view this tattoo yourself from Mr. Wilder as well? Or were those from somewhere else?
It was from her social media.
Social media, okay. I've got exhibit 33 here. This is the phrase right here. where I'm
Yeah,
pointing?
Correct.
because
And she
I
had a
mean,
bird on her shoulder.
Correct.
just like really, thank God. So
And
they
34.
found her. I mean, because
Little-
to
little
be
better there.
that
Little
have
clearer,
that
right?
done to her,
Exhibit
it's
253.
pretty amazing.
Were you able to read the tattoo?
I was.
And what part of her body are we looking at?
That is her right shoulder, right side of her chest.
Yeah, I mean, there's no
That's the
telling
same
where.
tattoo from those photos?
Yes.
254.
I don't know. I feel like he saved it. Like he kept that
Tell us
backpack is
about her
pretty
right breast.
It
full.
is cut off.
Yeah, they did sell it fast. I heard they have a business or
255.
something up there, and people are like
would be looking
being
from
really
her-
mean to them. So I don't
From the
know.
top.
But I feel like that's pretty nearby.
Yes.
I don't
Okay.
I don't
cut
know
is
if he
fine.
would have got
Yes.
rid of it. And he seemed
56.
so casual, like
This
he
is her
was still
opposite arm.
around. And he texted her that day.
Or leg.
I
It's
mean,
hard for me to see from this angle.
Okay.
like, morning,
And
how's
lastly,
work going?
257.
So I feel like he,
You're able to see the tattoo.
Yes.
And it matches
he's I don't know.
directly the tattoo on Sade's chest.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Cross,
No.
thank you. You may step down.
I'm just thankful they found her, because when somebody does that, you just find
I think we've had
parts,
enough.
and
I think we're gonna call it. a day.
sometimes that never gets solved.
So at this point in time, those admonitions I gave you are all the more important as you go into the weekend, right? And I know it's difficult, but you're under a court order. So I need you not to look at any media. So no television.
Don't say
no
a
radio,
word.
No social media. Don't talk to your friends and family about this. Remember, this verdict has to be based on what you've heard in this courtroom. And the decision has to be made by the 12 of you who are ultimately on this panel. It can't be based on things that people say to you. So you just have to put a wall around yourself for the weekend. I know it's difficult. I know it's an imposition, but it's an important duty you have to undertake. So no social media, no investigation, no research. You know, I'd say put on some Netflix and sit in your house and don't even go out. That way you're not going to have contact, and it'll probably make your life a little easier. Remember, as you leave here today, to not talk about it with each other even.
Oh yeah,
Voting
yeah,
is on
I know,
Monday,
right?
Very broadly when you're coming in on Monday.
That
Monday
is
morning
still
is
messed
less.
up, because
What
he
are we
killed
thinking?
himself.
8:45, Judge.
So 8:45 Monday, I'd like to kick up and get started right back at this. Okay, remember, I need all of you present in order to do so. Feel free, in my box, you're welcome to bring water, soda, or coffee.
All right, they're done for the day. Yeah, that's so sad. They never found her, and he's gone, and those kids have no mom. Yeah, that is awful. Yep, that's true. See? So it's awesome that, I mean, it's awful what happened, but it's awesome that she actually has most of her daughter, which sounds terrible. Golly. Sometimes when we talk about stuff like this on here, it's like, oh, it's good that this happened, but it's awful about this, but at least she has this, like, so weird. You have to take the good but it's not so good still. I don't know. It sounds terrible. But now seeing him on that video. Okay. I'm getting excited. Now I just want to see how the defense is going to defend him, because I get what they're saying. I see how they're like trying to be like, oh, well, you can't, he doesn't have anything on him. You can't prove. I get it. I see what they're saying. There's no physical evidence. There's still no physical evidence, but that is him. You cannot deny that that is him. That's him. And that's him leaving from near her car. Why is he there? Why is he there? What's he doing there? You got some explaining to do. There's just no such thing. I'm sorry. There can be maybe a coincidence, but you can't have that many dang coincidences. You can't be that bad luck. I have bad luck, but come on now. That's some real bad luck if you ended up with somebody. That's bad. That's real bad. Okay. My Neo wants me off the computer. I don't know if I'm going to do any lives next week. I might just make videos, because these lives are crushing me. And my doggies hate it. They're super depressed. We'll see. All right. I will talk to y'all later. Bye. The data. All right. Data. I still like evidence, like some evidence, something. But we'll see. The shoes are important. Okay? The shoes. We'll see. They might have something we just don't know about. Might have something. All right. I'll talk to you later. Bye.